Huh. Yeah, learn something new every day. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to a quick BSA video. Yeah, you know, I was told recently that one of my videos was a bit rambly, and it's true. It's absolutely true. I do some randomly videos and whatnot. So I will try to do a better job of maybe putting the good news up front, and then those of you who want to stick around for the ramble can do so as always. So the quick news here is I have moved all of my characters now to Torchbearer. That's right. Well, all the ones that are my main characters. I do have some trash characters and stuff still sitting on other servers, and in particular Excelsior. But all of my active characters now that I'm still leveling, that I'm still interested in playing, they are now right here on Torchbearer. That's it. That's the short version. The longer version is, yeah, I came to Torchbearer, for those of you who don't know, because we were all on Excelsior. And Excelsior is very, very busy, very populated. Like, you go to Ouroboros, and as soon as you portal into that place, man, you can't see anything. It's just people left and right. And boy, you go to Atlas Park or Hemmerbridge, you're in Pocket D. It can be really, really crazy in Pocket D. So, I said, man, I got to have some more space to breathe. Plus, you know, there are a couple of people over there, honestly, that kind of rub me the wrong way anyway. So it's okay if we're not together on the same server anymore. That probably makes things just a little bit easier regardless. So, yeah, I am officially anyways, moved over to Torchbearer. Now, people often ask me, Phil, what server are y'all on? Well, you know, maybe I want to join this server, whatever have you. Well, the answer is Torchbearer. But I also say, don't come and join Torchbearer because of me or anything else, because I hardly play with anybody else, right? My videos are mostly solo videos. Occasionally I'll duo with somebody, but that's a pretty rare occasion. For the most part, I'm kind of soloing through this stuff. So kind of keep that in mind before joining. If you are looking to play with other people, and you want to be in groups and stuff, Excelsior is definitely where it's at. It's definitely where you're going to find the most amount of people. If you're looking for, with Torchbearer, it isn't completely dead. It's not the opposite. That would be something like Reunion, but it's in between. There are some people here and there. Probably, I think the last time I checked is maybe 1/4 of the population. In fact, we could check it right now, but it wasn't completely dead. Right now, we're at 166 on Torchbearer. Excelsior's at 1,000. Okay, so we were around 15%. That's more like 1/6. So yeah, so keep that in mind before you join. If you're looking to group up with people, it might be a bit too quiet for you. But, you know, the nice thing about City of Heroes Homecoming is that you can definitely have different characters on different servers for different purposes. You can also switch your characters relatively easy, though you are limited to about 5 every 3 days, give or take. It's the way the math works out. I see we've got quite the pool over here. This is like one of those big farming missions here. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this one. But anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments below, if it's a big deal to you or not, whatevs. Thank you guys so much for watching and listening and all your other fun jazz and putting up with my rambly self at times. We will go ahead and finish off this fight before I log out. Consider it extra bonus footage if you wish. You know, lately I've been getting these missions with these guys who do a lot of, I think it's psychic damage. I'll have to read the logs, but that's certainly not helping my chances out any. I don't think this character has a lot of psychic defense. This guy does not want to go down. There we go. Finally goes down. That was a lot of brute hits to take down one dude. But yeah, let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Thank you guys so much for watching. And until next time, may God bless you. Oh. Oh. There we go. Whew. That was a fight. That was a big fight. A biggie fight. Oh, let's see here. With maiming / lethal damage. Let's see here. Savage Strike. Had a 95% chance to hit you. Whoa. Oh. Well, I'm not really sure. These logs, man, they're really hard to read through sometimes. That wasn't too bad. Oh, look at you, little drone just sitting over here. Wow, that is one heck of a drone. Got a 53% chance to hit. Wow. He's a little tough, isn't he? Well, he's down now. Let's see. Got some supply crates to kill off. Ooh, this is quite the setup here. Hello, boys. I do like little monkeys. They get up nice and close for that big shred. Happy monkeys. Let's see here. Let's get rid of that guy there. Let's see if we can find some more things to shred up and kill. So let's see. What if... Alright, so let's try the corner thing that everybody wants me to do. So let's come back over to here. We're just going to come right over to here. I need to figure out, I think my power's got discombobulated on my action bar here. It's really hard to line these guys up for an AoE. Like, I don't know. Those of you who play Melee a lot probably got this down to a science, but I'm often disappointed by the number of enemies that I hit with an AoE. I'm often left disappointed. That's it? Just a drone by himself, huh? So what am I supposed to be doing? 2 supply crates defeat the commander. Well, I'm not seeing a lot of crates in here. Oh. Did I get some? Oh, aren't you cute? Hardly register on my XP bar. Well, I do like the fact all these monkeys just lined up in a circle like that. That's going to be the first time in a while that I felt like my AoE power is really worth something there. And the saving grace is that, you know, it does come up pretty quick. So we'll try this corner trick over here. I always hate waiting for him to come around. It just takes a while. Oh, I got a whole group of these guys here. They're all here for the party. I guess they, you know, why wouldn't they be, right? This is where the good times are at, around the corner here. It's where all the fun times are at. There we go. Oh, I'll go ahead and put a little rest on there, maybe? Maybe. Get my endurance back up. I like to have nice full endurance. Go ahead and rearrange some of these powers while I'm here. These inspirations. We like to keep the emergency ones down on the bottom. We've got some good emergency ones there at the ready. And let's see what's going on here with my powers, because somehow my powers really got discombobulated here. Hemorrhaging, I got my taunt. Bloodthirst, Consume Healing Flame, Blazing Aura. Which, yeah, it's your aura that's all around you. Why not? Okay. What is this? Pet Red Wisp. Sure, he could probably help a titch. Bring him out to play. Oh. There's just a Ricky supply crate just sitting right there. Wonder if I can envenomate it. Yeah, look at that. You can poison a box. Why couldn't you poison a box? Let's see here. Now, I did get a good chunk of them in that AoE, so that was nice. These guys have had better days. Hey guys, what you doing over here? Waiting for someone to come beat you up. Well, that's good to hear. Alright, let's grab some more stuff. Oh, well, here's where all the real fun's at. Well, come on, guys. Come around the corner. Don't be shy. That little self-heal does a pretty good job, I will say. Keeps you nice and filled up. Now let's see here. We'll go ahead and use one of those. Keep the endurance running. What the heck is that thing down there? That's a Zephyr. What's a Zephyr? That thing right there. Well, come on, boys. Don't be shy. Plenty of brute to go around for everybody. Look at you hiding over here by your lonesome. Oh, that hurt. That is still a weird looking thing. Hey, Tammy, how are you doing today? This is Sirocco, not to be confused with Skirocco. I had this character named a long time ago, before I even played City of Heroes, back in the 90s. The word means storm or tempest, Sirocco. And so, in my comics, she was one of numerous experimentations, mutants, so to speak, that ended up coming out pretty monstrous in a lot of ways. My wife saw a drawing of her and said, "Oh, she's ugly," because she had hair all over the place, including like a beard-like, you know, face and stuff on a woman. And she's like, "Oh no, you can't do that." And I said, you know, it just makes sense that not all, you know, you hear about these mutants all the time. Not all of them are pretty. But, you know, she is your physical fighter. She would get in there with her claws and stuff and do her thing. I think I did a video on her recently, I think. Not 100% sure on that. Yeah, but I think I did. Get her run around like a cat, because why the hell not? Though she doesn't really got cat-like features. Just, I mean, other than the fact that in my book she's really hairy. Now, I can't really do that in City Heroes, so... Instead, I gave her kind of this reptilian looking skin or whatever they had in the system, which is a fair trade-off, I suppose. Though I can't get the facial hair and stuff like I do in my comic. I mean, I probably could, I guess, because you probably put a beard, but isn't exactly the way I had her in the comics, like a full beard. It's more like really long side chops, if that makes sense. Well, these little drones get very irritating. Just die and stay dead. I like how these guys are just like, yeah, we're just gonna stay over here and drone on you. Her powers, Savage Fire. Savage Melee Fire Doohickey. Which is totally an officially power set, right? Savage Melee Fiery Aura. No epic powers. Power pool, so... I don't know. I probably need to respec her when she gets to 50. We'll see. Does the job pretty well right now. I usually play on this character on ×3. Usually don't have too many problems. do not like these drones, however. Because they deflect a lot. Die. And stay dead. Now I hear a beepy. Where's the beepy? Whoa. Do I have combat jump? Whoa. Alright, this beepy right here. Steal the technology. Set the charge to blow up. How are you doing today, Tammy? Oh, did she run up on the walls or something? That's kind of weird. Now, I should probably do another Fallout Queen video. Make a recording out of that. Get that knocked out for the day. Haven House. Haven House. Man, this looks like it's ripped right out of like a old 3D game from the old days. Like a shooter or something. That's pretty cool. Haven House. Now I've seen it all. Yeah, working on my brute. Yeah, that's what this is here, right? This is a brute. Brute's definitely the way to go for soloing, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, though I do enjoy most of them. I enjoy Stalker the most, but I would recommend a brute to a newer player over a Stalker. The Stalker. Let me check out my video list here. All right, let's do a Fallout Queen video, Tammy. I think y'all will like that. We'll record it, and I don't know if you've been keeping up with Fallout Queen and Mirage Monarch, but they've been busy. By the way, all of my characters are now officially over here. So, on Torchbearer. So, we got them all set up by class here. Got a lot of Corruptors. Probably too many Corruptors. Corruptors are so much fun. I'm doing Katana Willpower. Right. That sounds like fun. Alright, let's do a Fallout Queen video. Pass some of the time. And get one of these knocked out for the archive, right? Fallout Queen. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another exciting Fallout Queen video. Our queen is now level 15. She is ready to officially take on Ouroboros missions. I mentioned last time I might want to clean up some of these level 1 missions, level 1 through 9 missions, just to have this all nice and yellow. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Break up the Clockwork and the Skulls. The Clockwork have taken over a warehouse in Kings Row, and it's one of the Skulls claim on their turf. You have to get to the Clockwork out of that warehouse before the Skulls get involved. So we got to get them out of there. Not a super exciting story, but yay, we bake our cake with what we got. And we'll teleport over there. Yeah, well, this is... This one might be a little bit of a skip ahead. I think the latest video currently up, she's level 13. But the 14 and 15 videos that get her to 15 will be going up shortly. They're all scheduled. I do these in advance so that if I get sick or busy or I get a hair and button want to play other games, I don't fall behind on daily videos. In case you guys are wondering how I do it. How do you get videos up every day at 7? Well, 7 Mountain Standard Time, 9 Eastern. And the answer is, I queue them up in advance. Well, there's a bunch of red and purple guys around here. And I have not bought this character Stealth. This is a defeat all, so this should be good for some XP if nothing else. Oh, well, gee whiz willikers, this is a tiny warehouse here. Hello, Sprocket Boy. How about a little sniping attack? Oh my gosh, you're still alive? Color me impressed. You're not alive anymore, but that was definitely impressive. So I was playing wrestling on my PlayStation 3 the other day, and it was really weird because some of the announcers' voices were really kind of muted. It was very hard to make out what they were saying, and I couldn't figure out if there was a bug or a problem with the PlayStation or what. After some troubleshooting and wiggling cables and all that other jazz, I figured out it was because I just had this set up with the audio bar that I used done incorrectly. Once I fixed that, I got my sound back. I tell the story because it feels to me that that's the way the sound is with the storm set here. It definitely feels like the electrical sounds and everything just feel kind of muted. I feel like it can have a little bit more oomph. Well, the storm set itself looks awesome and is very effective now that they have made some adjustments. Back with you, I say. Back! Oh, okay. I think we're all done with these guys here. Take a little knee here. Get my endurance back up. Now, because we're level 15, I've still got all my powers, even though I've been exemplar to 9, because you get your powers at 5 levels above the exemplar. So I'm not losing any powers by doing this particular low-level mission. Boy, it's just, you do not want to be in the storm. It's not a good place for Clockwork to be. I like how, oh, whoa, 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 oh, no, back up. Gonna need that radiation aura here. Back off of me. Back off, I say. Where are you going? Running away. I miss a little Clockwork. You know, that's the thing about Clockwork. They are very easy to miss. You know, little guys will just split up into little smaller buggers and hide somewhere around the corner. A little sprocket here, a little sprocket there. Now, I thought for a split second I saw one. But it says I have no target. The functionality they've added to help you find some of those last remaining ones is questionable, right? You see the arrows on the screen, but I don't think they're very accurate. Like how one of them's green, like it's an ally. I don't think there's anything there. Go back and look around here again. Try flying around, see if we see what we can see, right? See what we can see. Can we find... Oh, he's right in the corner there. Little bugger is hiding. So the map was helpful. Wow, that was it. Just a... Whoa, a 5-minute Ouro for 3 reward merits. Another one of these guys, right? There's a couple of these. There's a couple of these. Yeah, let's take a look here. That was very quick and easy. That's one way to clear it off your list. Where is the contact at? The only reason I want to return it back to contact is so that it clears off officially from Ouroboros. Normally, for something that quick, I wouldn't bother turning it back into contact, just abandon the task force. because the tiny bit of reward you're going to get for turning it in is not worth the trip. And I don't even think, did she even give me a reward? No, she did not. But at least now it is off of the Ouroboros list. Let's take a look here. So that one was Break Up the Clockwork and Skulls, and that's literally 001. Break Up the Clockwork and Skulls. Okay. Yeah, no, I have that. I don't know how that took me 15 minutes last time. And the last time I played it, enemy levels were red. This was pretty hard. I don't know how that was hard. That they clearly either adjusted that or something was going on last time I did this, but yeah, that wasn't hard at all. So yeah, when you do an Ouroboros flashback, what happens is you're demoted down to whatever level it says. Like this one's gonna be level 7. Now, as you picked your powers, it kept track of what powers you chose at different levels. Even if you respec, it says you're picking a powers level 10, 12, whatever. You get to use your powers from whatever that level you are limited down to plus 5. So in this case, 7 plus 5 is 12. I'll have my powers that I chose up through level 12. But I will be missing the powers I picked at level 14 since I'm level 15. Whatever power I picked at 14 will be missing, which is probably flight. But yeah, so that's the one thing to kind of keep in mind. Your enhancements, they are the enhancement bonuses, like your plus accuracy and attack power. There's a formula underneath the hood when you're exemplar down. So normally, if let's say you're level 30 and you exemplar down to a 20, you'll get maybe 65% of your enhancement bonuses that you would normally get from your enhancements. You'll keep your set bonuses, however, if those sets are attuned, as long as you don't go below the minimum level of the attuned piece. So that's the only thing I keep in mind. It does not keep track of where you put your slots at for each level. In fact, you can move all your slots around nowadays very easily. Whenever you respec, you can move your slots around. It does not keep track. What it does, it just simply goes, oh, you've got 100% extra, damage from enhancements. Yeah, we're going to bust that down to 65% because you're going down from 30 to 20. Funny thing is, if you go from like 40 to 32, there's no change. From 45 to 32, no change. There's a spreadsheet on this online. But when you go from the 30s down to the 20s or the 20s down to the 10s, you definitely get kicked a bit in your overall bonuses. Now, theoretically, you should have more slots, so it should kind of sort of wash out a bit. But yeah. So let's do the last level 1-ish mission here is Lay Down Your Burdens. This is 2103. Lay Down Your Burdens. And let me just take a look at my notes here for 2103. This only took 20 minutes and is worth a whopping 3 merits. So let's see what it does. Lay Down Your Burdens. Part 1, Trouble Me No More. There's a protest going on nearby, led by a hero named Ice-Drone. He's also from Hyperion Way, and he's trying to make a stand against how the government's handling the food supply situation. He's using his role as a hero to incite the people, but the government is doing everything they can. Someone's stealing all the food supplies being sent to the refugees. Between that, containing the situation in the galaxy and all the other normal superpower crime going on in Paragon City, everyone's stretched thin. Please, Full Quint, you have to try to talk to Ice-Drone. Convince him to stop trying to incite the people and use his powers to help find out what's going on. I'll do my best, Sandra. See, I just lost my flight because I picked flight at level 14. Lay Down Your Burdens, Part 1, Trouble Me No More. Thanks. In the meantime, I'm going to see what I can do about getting some medical supplies I brought over to one of the rest areas. It shouldn't be too hard. I'm staying in one of them myself. I grew up here in Hyperion, but I lived in Galaxy. Well, until the meteors hit. I'm not letting that stop me, though. It was a horrible thing, but I'm sure something good can come of it, even if we can't see it just yet. Anyways, I'm babbling. Please, go see if you can talk down Ice-Drone. So we'll teleport over there and help her out. Speak with Ice Drone to calm down the riots. Oh. Yeah, so... that's why I usually pick my child power by 14, because if you exemplar down, there's only a couple of missions that are less than 9, where you keep all your powers up through 14. You're Fallout Queen, right? Great to have you here. Grab a sign and help us tell the government that we'll have no more of their blatant mishandling of the situation. The people of Hyperion Way are hurt and need more help. It isn't right that they're just letting these supplies be stolen. Don't you have superpowers? You can help track down who's stealing the food supplies. I could, but the people in charge need to get their act together. Galaxy's gone now because they didn't have the proper procedures in place. Now supplies for refugees are going away again because the government can't get their act together. Heroes can't just swoop in and make it right. The government needs to take some responsibility in the matter. I understand your frustrations, but we all need to work together to make this right. You say work together. All I've seen is us doing all the work. I'm staying here with the people. If you want to help, then you can deal with the Skulls. They're moving in on Hyperion Way now. And of course the PBD and Longbow aren't here to stop them. I'll deal with the Skulls and get to the bottom of this if you won't. Alrighty, so let's just run out there if I'm not getting stuck on some geography there. Ah. Oh, I just needed to defeat 15 Skulls. Nah, they're not even really a threat. Oh well, time to zap little boogers. Ugh. They're all... Boy, one lightning strike just took them all down. Wow. That is impressive. Mama told me there'd be Skulls like Vazalok. You know, any other time. I can't find Vazalok in Atlas Park. And now I got Vazalok all over the place. Well, there's a Skull way over there. Lovely. Do I have a jetpack? I probably do. I deleted the jetpack when or I put it away, whatever you want to call it, when I got flying powers. He's up there, so let me just fly up there to make that easy. Those are Hellions. Those aren't very helpful. Those are Skulls. Hope they like a good storm. Feel the power of the storm! Yeah, that is most unfortunate for them. Feel the power of the storm! Oh yeah, no, that never gets old. I need Skulls, not Hellions, so you guys are safe from the storm. You're Hellions. You're safe. Hellions. Hellions. Did I just wander into Hellion territory here? Hellions. He couldn't ask for, like, I don't know, a whole bunch of Hellions to be killed off. Hellions, Hellions, Hellions. Hellions, Hellions. Hellions, Hellions, Hellions. Vazalok. Vazalok? What are they just standing out here like they own the place? Silly Vazalok. Hellions, Hellions, Hellions. Hellions, Vazalok. I almost forgot what I was looking for. I had to like look up at the screen. Where are these darn Skulls at? This is why nobody likes these missions. Nobody wants to play where is the bad guy, right? Just point it to us on the screen or something. Nobody likes this. This is not Super great gameplay. Okay, the Hellions are to the south according to my mini-map here. Are these the guys? Oh yeah, in the park here. Oh yeah, I remember we beat these guys. Oh, wait, no, those are Hellions. I need... No, I don't need Hellions. I need Skulls. Where are the Skulls here? Skulls are on the east side of town. Oh. I swear you could play this game for months and still not know where these guys are at. Hellions, Hellions, Hellions. It really, seriously, the whole place is it's saturated with Hellions. But good luck finding a skull. Look at this. Hellions everywhere. Skull's my behind. Oh yeah, skulls are around here. Uh-huh. Sure they are. Look at that. Hellions, you got some clockwork in there for good measure. Clockwork, 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 clockwork. Hellions. Skulls. Oh my gosh. I finally found some skulls. It's like Christmas. Oh, hello, more skulls. Yeah, electrify their skulls. Clue found. What I've always wanted. A clue. Now, if this is only 3 reward merits, which it probably is only 3 reward merits, this story arc takes a lot longer than the other one for your whopping 3 merits. Just saying. I can't believe it. The Skulls are trying to act like they're out to help everyone? Fallout Queen, these guys are nothing but death-worshipping, drug-dealing thugs. I don't know who they're trying to fool, but we aren't going to let them get away with it. I'll even help you take them on. I'll personally drag each of them over to the Zig if they think they can take advantage of Hyperion Way. Sorry, things like this make me so angry. Ice Throne using the people for his agenda against the government. The Skulls using the people for who knows what. We need to do something about this. Lay down your burdens. Part 2. Power of the written word. Something isn't right with the Skulls, Fallout Queen, but it is starting to make sense. Let me explain. Some of the people I've treated here said that they've been hearing of another way around all of this, that someone else is willing to take care of them. I also haven't seen these same people for a few days. I don't think it's a coincidence in the least. They've probably gone off and joined the Skulls, but as much as I want to hate them, I can't. They're being used. All they want is some safety and security, but the Skulls aren't going to be the ones to give it to them. Well, we have to try and find out what else the Skulls are up to. I agree. I don't think it's a coincidence either that the food supplies are going missing in all of this. I know this sounds jaded, but I think either the Skulls or Ice Throne are behind this. I really don't want to believe that Ice Throne would put his own political agenda ahead of the needs of the people. I've heard people saying that the Skulls have been directing possible candidates to a park nearby about places to meet. If you can go there and find out the instructions, you should be able to track down exactly what they're doing. Look through 3 more areas for the Skulls instructions. Okay. It doesn't usually take long. Well, you saw how long it took me, Richard? I don't know if you were here for the full Skulls. Don't worry. This will be a video soon. You can watch it on repeat and see how long it took me to find bloody Skulls. Yeah, you find a couple of Skulls right off, right? But you need 15. Getting those last 12 is what took me a while. It's silly. Yeah, the hunts are definitely definitely a lot of people's not favorite parts about doing story arcs. It turns out finding Where's Waldo is never exactly fun. Well, I don't know what you mean by usually. So it's clear that the area that she's in, where you get the quest at, is and by the way, for those of you watching the video afterwards, Richard is saying I saw, but it usually doesn't take long at all. I'm not really sure, because all I know is that there isn't a bunch of skulls around her, right? So I don't know if the argument is that normally City of Heroes populates different things in different areas at random times of the day or something, or if the argument is most people would know to go all the way to the other side of the map to look for more skulls. Because I had to go pretty far away to find good groupings of skulls. A hero? What are you doing here? Wait, you found my note? You're not seriously considering joining the skulls, are you? No, I'm trying to get to the bottom of all of this. Oh, phew. Well, this is perfect. I'm trying to do the same. I think this is actually going to work out much better than I thought. I was going to convince whoever came here to get me information from inside that building, but with you here, I have a better idea. What is it? Deborah Rosenfield hands you a small device with a monitor on it. I've got a small camera hidden in my jacket. I'd like for you to monitor me while I go inside the building and get some answers. If they start to get suspicious and come after me, I'm counting on you to come in and get me out. I figure with this, I can get you the information you need to stop the skulls without them knowing about it. When you're ready, go into the nearby building and you can monitor my progress from there. All right, be careful. Oh, when she says nearby building, she doesn't mean the one right next to her. She means the one down here. Oh, they're usually right there. Sometimes another player's cleared up the area where the respawn rate isn't too good. Yeah, that's always possible. Absolutely. But this is if this was the only mission you ran into hunt issues with, and I don't think people would complain. Sadly, it is far from the only mission that has you hunting things all over Atlas Park and stuff. Let's see here. Oh, I recognize you for the Paragon Times. What are you doing here? I saw your recruitment flyers. I'm interested in joining with all of you. Oh, so you see the Valley Skulls has, do you? Word must be spreading if we can even convince a high and mighty reporter to give up their job just to come join us. That or things even worse with the rich people here in Paragon. How can you provide for all of us? Are you robbing grocery stores for food? Grocery stores? That's small time, lady. Now, I'm not going to blab on about what our secrets are. Let's just say the Skulls have a bountiful supply of food and water that they just happen to find. If you want to help us out more, you can start spreading the word to the people in Hyperion who are trying to kick us out. You do that, and you got yourself a surefire ticket to our supply stash. I'll see what I can do. Talk to you soon. Yeah, suckers. Oh, hunting carnival in Peregrine Island is the worst, says Tammy. Yeah, no, there's some pretty and it definitely is a little bit heavier on the hero side than the villain side. I think with the villains they kind of start laying off of that on the villain side. So there are some hunts, but it's not nearly as bad on villain side. Clue found. You know, I've never liked reporters until today. Deborah Rosenfield is great. I'm relieved to know it was the Skulls who were stealing the supplies and not Ice Throne. I think we're almost through this, Fallout Queen. We just need to remember that there is a reason for all of this. That it's somehow for us, right? That's what I've learned in the Galaxy incident. Cygnus Hospital, where I worked, was one of the first to be hit by the meteors. I wouldn't be in there if it wasn't for the fact that I had to take a walk. I would have been in there if it wasn't for the fact that I had to take a walk to calm down after I lost one of my patients. If that didn't happen, I wouldn't be here today. That's why I try to remember whenever these horrible things happen, that there has to be a way that this is for us, even if we can't see it. So let's just see how exactly the whole situation with the Skulls is going to work out. Ask about available missions. Lay down your burdens. Finale. A purpose to follow. Well, it's time to put my whole "this is for a good reason" conviction to the test. One of my friends just texted me that the Skulls are openly attacking people in Hyperion Way. Hyperion Way. I keep pronouncing that wrong. It seems like a group of people were trying to get together to warn everyone about the skulls. They said Deborah Rosenfield was trying to get the word out about what they were doing. The people of Hyperion Way need a hero, Fallout Queen. Someone to make a stand, to show the skulls that they can't use them for their own end. I'm sure the skulls don't get away with this, Sandra. I knew you'd say that, Fallout Queen. Maybe, maybe this is why all this has happened. Hyperion Way has always been a jaded place. We were hit hardest by the hollowing when the nearby neighborhood of Eastgate was devastated. We had to pick ourselves up and recover when almost all the efforts were going into fixing the neighborhood of Eastgate. The people here tend to believe that no one is going to help them, that you can only believe in yourself, or worse, that people are just here to use them. We're going to show them that there is someone looking out for them, that they can put their faith in other people, that there is someone out there who isn't just trying to use them. 0 out of 5 people rescued. Now, see, here's the nice thing here, right? So I have to go rescue these people. Now, what do they do here? They light it up on the map. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, when you were doing hunts, they lit up on the map? Told you where to go to do the hunt? Just saying, that would be really, really nice. Feel the power of radiation! Count them 1 out of 5 people rescued. This is another thing they like to do. Have you rescue like people in the middle of the street like this. Yeah, kill the minion, get the other minion for free. Wait for it, wait for it. Shazam! Yeah, no, that never gets old. I'm not gonna lie. Just gotta wait for Storm Cell to recharge, so I can do it again. Look, this one already. Now, see, these respawn real quick. Well, look at that. He's just right there. I just killed these guys. Why can't I? Oh. Well, if I was targeting one of the bad guys and not the good guy. Alright, now I've got to run over to here. How are you doing today, Richard? Doing anything new, fun, and exciting tonight? Let's wait, continue to work our way through these missions. Alright. The skulls are keeping the food supplies for Hyperion Way somewhere in this warehouse. Time to stop their operations and give the people what they deserve. Fallout Queen, thought a lot about what you said. I'm going to put things aside and give you a hand with these skulls. Let's get moving. Let's get dangerous. Hamadon raid right now? Nice, nice. You know what? We need... Fallout Queen needs a saying. Let's get radiation? I don't know. If you're watching this video and you made it this far, in the comments section below, help come up with a... catchphrase for Fallout Queen. Oh, goodness gracious. So much lightning. I don't even know how those guys died. Now, granted, Ice Drone is probably helping out a titch here, so that doesn't hurt. But dang. Supply guy. We've got enough. It'll last us a good while. We keep getting that sweet info and we'll have Atlas in no time. Well, let's see how much you like the power of the storm. Holy shiz. Hey, she just took out a lieutenant in one hit. I mean, I'm used to that from blasters when they usually use like a buildup or something. And nope. She just did it just like that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Catch the leader. Oh, gotta go through the doors. A hero, what are you doing here? Boss, we're under attack. Over? Yeah, why not? This is a big man, bigger than us. When all said and done, all of Paragon's gonna be right for the picking. You think this is actually gonna work? Ah, yes. Epic dialogue from Epic Goons. Oh gosh, look at that. That's just mass murder right there. I don't have to use the overpowered radiation powers because Storm is doing all this heavy lifting. I'm glad they don't use that pipe jungle too often. I'm so bad at catchphrases. Yeah. Oops. I seem to have jetpacked a little up too high. Hi, Bone Breaker. I hope you won't mind. I'm just going to put a little debuff on you so you don't immediately murder me. Head back out to Atlas. So can I just go out here? True, Ionic Justice Snarling Gurs, right? There you go. That might be one. Mission complete. You get 3 reward merits. Woo! 3 reward merits. Fella, quick, you did it. Officials in the government are distributing all the supplies you found. Brobreaker and the rest of his gang are going to be put away for a very long time. The people you rescued from the skulls are already talking about everything you've done to help our neighborhood, and you bet I am too. I don't know how much that'll change today, but people will have to know someone taking a stand for them here. We still have a lot of work to do, but you've helped us all get back on our feet. It's our turn now to keep things moving forward. Speaking of which, that man from the FBSA, Matthew Hashaby, wanted me to give you a message. Something about a lead he had. Now, this is kind of interesting. You know, there was no pop-up from Ouro saying, hey, it took this long and you got 3 reward merits. I just saw that in the other chat. So that's kind of interesting. I'll also say, after having played Fallout Queen and a few other characters up through these levels, there are some story arcs that are not available through Ouroboros and whatnot. On the bright side, I do have my flight back again, so that's how I know I'm out of Ouroboros mode as well. I'm no longer in a task force. That got me about halfway up through 15. Wasn't a lot of killing going on there, so I wasn't going to get a full level out of that. But now, if I go back to Ouroboros here, we should see that now all the level 1 through 9 are pretty clear. So that is pretty good. So that was lay down your burdens. And then I have a whole bunch of these, the Hollow series that will do Hollows chapter 1 through 4, along with, knock out rescue the Mystic from the Circle of Thorns real quick, and then we're going to start the Hollow series. So that will be very interesting to do those in a row. That was from their very first major update, right? Because that's issue number 2 that they put that series in there, so that's pretty cool. And we already hit that one up at the bottom. We're ignoring the issue 18 because those are all the Neutropolis missions. So we're going to ignore those and stay focused on the hero missions. But hopefully between all of these, I'll get up to level 19 or 20 so I can start doing these missions. Should open up at that point. So that's where we're at with Fallout Queen. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time, may God bless you. And that's a wrap on that particular story arc, right? Let me save that real quick. That was Fallout Queen. That was Lay Down Your Burdens, level 15. That's how I save the file name, so I remember when I upload the files what they are. Level... Yeah. Lay down your burdens. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Officer Wincott versus the Trolls. How about some Mirage Monarch? Oh, you know what? She's on Reunion. She's all by herself over here in Reunion. I should move her over. Should she get a new outfit now that she's like level 20? Like she's in 20, she should get like a new outfit, right? At least a different color. Let me check my messages real quick in between doing videos here. Let us see, let us see, let us see. All right, what do we have here? We have 2,000 online. Nice, nice. All right. Some Mirage Monarch then? Yeah. Let's see what storyline we're up to now. There's actually a lot of lower level villains. Look at all those villains, lower level villains. I've got all these kind of mid-level-y ones done there. I got a lot of malcontent ones to do now. I should knock out one of these low... gosh, there's so many low-level ones. Family War. Family War. Let's do Family War. Salutations, my name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another Mirage Monarch video. I've noticed that there's a lot of those level 1 through 9 missions on the villain side I haven't done yet. There's a lot more of those available through Ouroboros than they're on the hero side. They've also got like a lot of these level mission or 21st issue ones, which I think was towards the end of live, if I recall correctly. So we're going to do Family War and see how long this takes and knock this one out real quick. Okay, here's the deal. The head of Malcone family here in Port Oaks wants to talk to you about doing a bit of work for them. Head over to their office and meet up with them. Talk with the Marcone. Accept the calendar challenge settings. Now this is going to take away my Phantom Army, my AoE, and everything else. Sounds good. This is your big chance to make good with the family. And tell them Billy Heck sent you. Alright, so we gotta defeat some guys over in Port Oaks. With our Dominator, Mirage Monarch. And we're whopping level 9. But we do get our powers up through 14, because that's the way these things work. They'll give you your powers up through 14, then and whatnot. I am going to, I tell you what, I'm going to adjust the difficulty down to -1 because that's working again. And that will just help me get through this a little bit faster. I don't want her to level up a ton off of this anyways, but you got to defeat them all, so you're going to get some XP whether you like it or not, and you're going to like it too. So we got to defeat all Verandi intruders. Yeesh. Nothing like a defeat all. Now, there is a table showing you exactly how much XP you get per knockout and all this other fun jazz. Obviously, if you do a -1, you're going to get less per kill. But the thing is, I'm sorry, per arrest. But I'm not arresting because I'm a villain, so per knockout, whatever you want to call it, per defeat. But, wow, that is a gaggle of them. Whew. What do I have here? I do have my group fear here, so I'll put that guy in the middle there and just have at it. But you do get through things faster. You hit more often. You are... they're not going to have as many hit points, so there is an offset there. Whether or not you think it's worth it or not. That's going to depend a lot on your character and the math and all that other jazz. And whether or not you're doing AoEs. See if I can have these guys help me out. I missed this guy. I was about to say, I probably missed a guy back here. I'm so excited to kick things butt, I kind of forgot one here. Okay, that one's taken care of. Oh, aren't you cute? Hey guys, what you doing over there? You know, probably wouldn't hurt to keep my inspirations open and use these guys once in a while. Okay, well, I think... Oh, where did... Wait a minute. Where did those guys come from? They weren't there a second ago. Yeah, Mook Blackjacks. Well, at least they understand they're just mooks. I mean, it's literally in their name, so... Yeah, there's that. Hope they like being feared. Let's make sure you don't go anywhere. I take care of your buddy bud over here. Gotta love that 5% miss chance there, kicking in. Do I only stream on YouTube? I have been for the last few months. I do have a Twitch account. I have streamed on Twitch before. I was a variety streamer on Twitch. I didn't have a whole lot of people watching. And then one day, you know, when I started doing a couple of videos again here and there, I streamed City of Heroes on YouTube. And man, I was getting quite more views there. You know, for me personally, I don't really care exactly how many views I have. I don't care if it's hundreds, thousands. I'd rather it not be thousands, actually. All I care about is, hey, there's a couple of people to chat with while I'm playing. That makes me happy. That is something that I wouldn't get very often on Twitch, particularly probably because I was streaming different games and people I guess, aren't just interested in a random game of the moment. But when I came here and started streaming City of Heroes, there was lots of people to chit chat with. So people like you, and I always appreciate it. I do actually. What's really funny is I stream on Discord. We have a Discord server, and like last night I was streaming wrestling there. There's like 4 or 5 of us on, and I just set my tablet to see my TV screen because I was playing it on the TV. And they were watching me play wrestling. We were joking about it and stuff because there was some funny jank going on in that game too. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, I can't play City of I don't play City of Heroes all the time. So I think you know, Twitch also has those kind of like forced commercials when you first start watching, and actually they tend to pop up fairly often. I guess it depends on whether or not your channel's monetized. My channels will never be monetized, right? I don't care to have commercials popping up on people and stuff like that. So I don't like to see commercials and have them shoved in my face. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite and try to monetize it so it shoves commercials in other people's face. I do this purely as a hobby. And if I can have people to chat with, that's worth the real enjoyment, and the payoff comes from it. Otherwise, I just, you know, can always play alone. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Just put on an audiobook in the background right now. Playing City of Heroes, you can put on an audiobook or a TV show in the background and harass villains while you're working through story arcs if you really wanted to. But I'd rather talk to people if possible, especially when we're talking about the game. That's always fun. I like how that one killed him. That was like a 3-way kill right there. It was like that was a pretty funny dance that was going on there. Someone's gonna die. Oh gosh, I'm getting some messages here. Let me turn that off. I don't need those messages popping up. I watch your videos when I play. Yeah, I know, right? It's just, it can be fun to have videos. I do that too when I'm playing. I put videos or audiobooks on in the background, totally. If I'm just playing something and none of my friends are around to stream to or something like that, that's always an option. I definitely do that. It might be enough DOD to kill him. Maybe. There it goes. This is a really big area kill-all, right? This is like one of those big mega kill-all missions. Nothing says welcome to low-level play like a kill-all with a 3- or 4-story building. Oh, wait, I think did I see somebody up here? No. I do see somebody up there. Little confusion for you. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm playing villain side, Mad City. Why would a villain arrest other people? I don't think she's arresting them. I think she's crushing their minds with her psychic powers, turning them into, you know, essentially vegetables. Maybe it's a fate worse than death. They're just put into a catatonic state. How are you doing, Mad City? go ahead and try to kill this guy here. Bye. Thanks for the assist, Mirage Monarch. We're going to teach those mooks a lesson. Well, that will be if I can find all 18 left, you know, whatever ones are left, and totally not arrest them. Oh, we got some more behind us. Turn around, Emil. I think he's using like full auto there. He's just going all out. Okay, any more want to join us? Anything else in this room? I see a Fortuna in your future, right? So it's a kill-all, so the mission won't be over until we kill everything. And this is one of those multi-layer dungeon doodads, so these guys could literally be anywhere. Oh, okay. Were those even there before, or did we just make that up? And you know, Emil's doing a really good job of following me, even though I'm stealthed. Now, here's what's really funny. This is not an escort out mission, right? Why can't the people you escort out be as good as Emil is right now? He's following me, even though I'm stealth and whatnot. Oh, that's it. That's the end of that mission. There we go. So now we need to return back to Billy Heck. What the heck? Billy Heck. There's only one Heck for me. It's Billy Heck. Holy smokes. The Verandi family attacked the Marcone family. They're gonna be hell to pay. Things are working out well, Mirage Monarch. This could be a very profitable relationship. Speaking of profit, you check out my store? I'm telling you, all these guys have an Etsy account, so I just call me anytime. Family war. The Marcone family is really enraged by this attack by the Verandi family, and is looking for a bit of payback. Since you did a good job busting Verandi heads in that last battle, Emil Marcone wants you to help him get his revenge. You heard of Vanessa Verandi? She's a daughter of Guido the Mooch Verandi, head of the Verandi family. She's coming on a ship from the mainland right now. Emil wants you to kidnap Vanessa and show the Verandi family that the Marcone family means business. You do this one, and you're getting good with the Marcone family. Emil Marcone send one of his boys in ahead of time, meet up with Pitbull inside the ship, and bust some Verandi heads, and get Vanessa. And you know, if you do it, I'll give you a 1% discount on my store. Have you seen my store? Got some enhancements in here. Have you seen my enhancements? I just sell the best enhancements. 1% off for you. For you. Well, everything I do is questionable, pirate. Absolutely. Let's get in there and get her done. Kidnap Vanessa. Arrest Pitbull, get Vanessa out of the cargo ship. Now, normally, escort missions aren't really kill-alls. But I might have to kill a whole bunch along the way. Arrest Pitbull and get Vanessa out of the ship. Arrest Pitbull. So, let's zoom out here. It's only a 3 cargo deal. Oh, and maybe we won't have to go into the last cargo ship. It might be right here. Nope, just some mooks. I saw some people talking. I was about to get all excited. Now, Mirage Monarch, she is the queen at being a stealthy person. So we're going to stealth our way to the back, but probably escorting her out. Going to have to fight a whole bunch on the way out, sadly. I guess they put her way in the back. There we go. Vanessa. Mook, Mook, Mook. I don't see Pitbull here, though. Mook, 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 Mook. Now, there is an argument to be made for clearing out the way before trying to escort her out, because she might be one of those killable NPCs. Huh. I wonder where this Pitbull is at. Usually, you would think he'd be at the end. Usually. Oh, there's a Pitbull right there. So, oh, we need to assist Pitbull. We'll assist her and then fight our way back there. May as well. May as well. Alright. About time you showed up. Now, he probably... Is he going to be able to keep up with me on stealth? Probably not. We'll see. He's keeping up so far. I mean, the last guy kept up pretty good, even though I was stealthed. I'd rather not give up my stealth if I can. Oh, sorry about the little glung back there. Alright, let's get this guy over here. Every enemy is your pet with Confuse. They follow you just fine. Right? Isn't that weird how that works, Mad City? Mad City says, oddly enough, if they are not rescues, they follow you just fine. Isn't that funny how that works out? Because you know, when they're rescues, man, they got the intelligence of a cat. You ever seen me try to get your cat to follow you? Now, it can work if you got like a kitty treat in your hand, but short of that. Got a cat over here. I love ragdoll physics. Knockback is totally your friend. Alright, let's at least put the fear on these guys here. People try not to, like, aggro the entire dungeon, please. He's gonna aggro the entire dungeon, isn't he? Yep, there he goes. Why not? Sigh. Pitbull, never known for his intelligence. Just goes ahead and aggroes. Aggroes everything. Yeah, the rescues have a hard time seeing things. This is true. So I am going to be playing through another chapter or so of Guild Wars 2. I finished the main story of the base game a few months ago. But I need to get back and get through some of the story arcs in that one as well. And make some progress there. Okay, these guys can die now. Oh, we got Pitbull killed. No, not Pitbull. I was using my best AoE hold, and it just our fear, and it just wasn't helping poor Pitbull out any. Not Pitbull, he was such a brave soul. Yeah, see, now she won't see me now that I'm stealthed. Now this is a straight line, Vanessa. Oh my goodness gracious. You cannot even run in a straight line. Son of a gun. Open up your eyes. I'm not invisible. I am literally right here. Oh, goodness gracious. We'll hold him down, then beat him up. What's that? This isn't a kill-all, but it sure as heck feels like it. For some odd reason, when they got to this part of missions, they were like, yeah, we're going to make sure you can't just zip through these things. Oh, come on, for the love of all that is holy in my entire life, keep the beep up. Holy shiz. Grandma Methuselah could run faster than you, sunshine. Oh, how did you get there? We're going to try to avoid as much fighting as possible. Come on, I took the accessible ramp just for you. The door's right there. What, you need me to hand it to you on a silver platter? Normally, well, maybe I have to go out it. It's normally, yeah, there she goes. Okay. Oh gosh, I have to lead her like all the way over to that ship over there too. Why wouldn't I? This is probably going to result in a fight. Yeah, it is. At least they're ignoring her, I suppose. Now, Vanessa, if you would just ignore them and follow me to the ship. There you go, Pumpkin. There we go. Sheesh. I would put her on a leash next time. I go, one of those kid leashes, right? You just yank it real hard and... I mean, it's Billy Heck. You're right. You shouldn't have an Italian accent. With a name like Heck, he must be Southern, right? Nice work, Mirage Monarch. The Marcone family will be pleased. Emil Marcone is pleased with the work you done for him. He says you got your payment in a warehouse at this here address. head over to the warehouse to retrieve your reward. Emil will make sure you get what you deserve. Maybe you can pass on some of the reward to your old pal, Billy Hick. There you go. How about that? Does that run better for you there, Princess Yuki? Now, see, I'm already suspicious because he's like promising me to go somewhere to pick up like a real reward, and we know that none of these missions actually give you anything real reward outside of merit rewards, so. The door to the warehouse is freshly painted with a Hellion gang tag. Looks like the Hellions decided this warehouse would make for a good hideout. Defeat all ambushers. Well, they're more than welcome to try. Oh. Invisibility. Now, it says defeat all ambushers. Does that mean defeat all again? Well, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but if I'm going to... Oh, well, he saw me anyways. I was going to say, if I'm going to defeat all, I'll start from the back, work my way on up. Save someone? Yeah, I don't know. Damned. There's an interesting level spread here. We got greens and whites and yellows. Oh my. Greens and whites and yellows. Oh my. Fallen buckshot. Imagine putting that on your resume. What was your last job? I was a fallen buckshot. Oh, those guys up there, they're just jamming away. It's fine. I always love the little jamming guys. They're always so cute. Just jamming. Well, let me go get that glowy before the beeping drives me insane. Oh, but then again, this guy's getting a little too close. Just gonna grab this real quick. Beat up your friends. Ignore me. These guys are having so much fun over here without me. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just going to rest right here. And it says, defeat all ambushers. And I don't know if that means defeat all or not, because they're spawnings, obviously. Whoa. Including from right behind me. That's rude. That was super rude. They're like, oh, we're just going to spawn in right behind her. Oh, we got some more coming in. Because why not? Well, come on, don't keep the lady waiting. Let us do that. There we go. So all we have to do is get to the end and clear out any of the random spawn-ins there. We're always looking for the fast and easy way. Yeah, I don't think teleporting them right on top of you is a really good idea, though. Alright, let's see here. They tried to ice you? Oh man, that ain't good. It looked like the Marcone family want to dispose of their tool, and the Verandi family want to take you out for kidnapping Vanessa. This ain't good for me either, you know. I got a rep to trying to build here. Y'all right, Mirage Monarch. Things aren't working out very nicely. A big mover and shaker like you ought to have the best enhancements, right, buddy? So check out what I got to sell anytime. You interested in this whole family vendetta against you? I got some info for you then. Guido the Mooch Verandi is making collections all around Port Oaks, and I know his route. If you capture Guido, maybe I can set up a meeting of the minds between you and Emil Marcone. Keep in mind, Guido Verandi got where he was by playing hardball. You might want to take some backup with you. Rough him up a bit, will you? It'll show the family you mean business. There you go. How about that? You like that southern accent better, Yuki? Oh, let me switch out my earpiece battery here. Is going dead. Plug it in, plug it in. You hear loud threats being made in distance. Guido makes his collection. Now, I just need to get the big guy according to the thing at the top of the screen. So, let's do a little reveal here and just flip-flap to the end. Excuse me, coming through. Don't need to beat up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my gosh. The geography in this place, it is not flyer friendly. That's why I usually like super jump instead on things like this. Alright. Guido the Mooch Verandi. Well, that was easy to get to him. Nothing behind me. Nothing beside me. Looks like we got a clear shot at the dude. He is a boss. Ooh. It is time for a big boss battle. Now, I beat a boss there without even using domination. So, yeah, I think domination is good, but I also think like people who are saying, "Oh, you're not as good as a controller without domination." I don't know about that. I solo just well with the dominator without even using domination. With domination, it's even better. Mission complete. Oh no, I don't want evasive maneuvers. It isn't. It's the stupid it's the whatchamacallit. It's just the geography and the way that I'm getting caught on. Because they put all that junk in the way. Alright, let's see. Return to contact. Whoa, you got Guido. That'll stop the Verandi family right in their tracks. A little ad-libbing there. You got Guido Verandi, but now you gotta get Emil. Marcone's a tough customer, but if you want to get the family off your back, you gotta sit him and Guido down and force a truce. Emil often likes to hang out in one of the local casinos he runs called the Hook and Anchor. Head over there and capture Emil. Like Guido, Emil is a tough customer. Consider this a warning. Capturing Emil should take the Marcone family off your back and force a truce. That's what they all say. Whoa, it would help if I'm flying the right direction. Now, I've had somebody ask me for, like, you won't find hover on any of my characters. Why don't I take hover? I like the floaty feel of fly and whatnot, because it feels like real flying, whereas hover feels like MMO, like arcadey control, where it's immediate stop, immediate thrust. And I don't know, it feels too much like an arcade, and Ruins my immersion. I didn't like the griffins in World of Warcraft, but now that they've got the dragons in World of Warcraft with like real flying mechanics, oh, it's so much better nowadays. Wow, did I just miss him point blank? He's like right there in front of me. Let's see here. Let's do a reveal. Oh. Oh, that's not Emil. Where's Emil? There's Emil. There you are, buddy. I've been looking for you everywhere. But let me get rid of your little... Well, you know what? Why get rid of him when he can help me out? Just in case he does want to help me out. Well, just come over here, Emil. Next to Paolo over here. Paolo. Oh, he's not going to come. Oh, he can't come because I done held him. Nope, I done hit another level there. Hover gives you a defensive buff. Yeah, it can. I just never take it. There's other ways to get defense buffs that don't... I don't like it. I don't like having it on. Return to Billy. Was it combat jump gives you, I think, similar defense buffs. You got a meal. I bet that was a tough fight. Anyway, now that we got these two family bosses here, you can start to settle this before... we can start to settle this before they start sending the heavies after you. Okay, it sounds like Guido and Emil are willing to make a truce with you. But we got other problems. When Guido and Emil disappeared, a couple of the lieutenants took over. The only way this is going to end is if you take down both Bloody Vicious and Pitbull. They ain't no pushovers. You better bring in some heavies with you. You do this and it'll show them you can't be messed with. Well, this is a rather long story arc here. For a level 9? Yeah, it's pretty beefy. Officers have been overrun by family and mook thugs. Defeat Bloody Vicious and thugs. Defeat Pitbull and thugs. Okay. Defeat the thugs. That's my overall takeaway here. Oh gosh, look at this office setup. Now, that is pretty messed up. Like, they got those beams hanging from the ceiling just to irritate flyers. You know that's just there to irritate flyers. I'm not exactly sure how this is all set up here. This is one convoluted building here. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is insane. This is why people don't like these things. Look at that. What the heck was that? And just make sure there's no bosses in here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go up to the elevators and go towards the end, but it doesn't hurt to keep the eyes peeled just in case. Oh, it might be like two separate bosses, one at the end up here. Bloody Vicious. Oh, there's one of them right there. He's not Sid Vicious, he's Bloody Vicious. Alright, well, let's get a little help from your friend over here. Because I'm sure he wants to be in on the get-go too. You're just a lieutenant, so you should be rather easy to blind. Oh my gosh, you're still alive? Thank you. Alright, so that's him. Oh gosh. Look at this map here. What drugs were they smoking? I'm telling you, with me and Bloody Vicious, we're gonna rule this town. What's that? Mirage Monarch, how'd you get past Bloody Vicious? Don't matter none, you going down. Alright, here's our guy here. He's just a lieutenant too, so I ain't terribly worried. And now we'll take care of his little lackey that was helping us out. And there we go. 41 minutes for 15 reward merits for Family War. I think that was Family War. So let's take a look at my notes here. Family War. Let's see. Last time I did it took me 75 minutes because that's pretty much probably because I fought everything. So not too shabby there. Pretty straightforward, no weird hunts in the middle of the road or anything along those lines. This Chef's Kiss? Oh, I definitely wouldn't call it Chef's Kiss. Well, that's just me. To each their own. I don't think it, I'm going to check and look at mids, but I don't think hovers is any better than combat jump. I can't imagine it is. Let me return back to contact call. That was amazing. You show them Monarch Mirage and Billy Heck can't be messed with. Alright, so that means I'm level 22 now. So Family War got me to 22. So let's go ahead and get a new power of some sort. And this means now at 22 I could get 25 IOs, believe it or not, but I'll probably wait till 27 to do that. So Flash is going to render foes helpless around you, drain Psyche, weakens regeneration, endurance recovery, and boost your own. Mind Probe is melee. Looks like melee ranged. Yeah, melee range type of deal. I like that music there. Ooh, I don't know if I need another AoE hold it right this minute. Psychic Drain is, wow, a 2-minute cooldown. Might be able to get that down to a minute or so. Gives you good regeneration, recovery. Really good for taking down bosses. Yeah, that's not shabby. It's a kind of a boss killer, if nothing else. Alright. Of course, I use Venom Daggers a lot, too, and that usually does the trick. Well, okay, let's see here. So my enhancements are at 21. If I upgrade them, they'll go up to 25. That'll cost about $1 million. And that would clear me the rest of the way until 28. I could wait a little bit more. They're only one level out. Probably wait one more level. Let's get a recharge. Reduction, recharge, reduction, doohickey. Let's grab a hold of this guy here. So we can put that in Drain Psych. Alright, so Mirage Monarch hits level 22. She is cruising. Family War is done and off the list. For those of you watching the YouTube video after the fact, that is it for this round of Mirage Monarch. We got her up to 22. Let's take a look at her salvage here real quick. Probably got some things I could sell for some money here, definitely. We got 109 reward merits, so I got enough reward merits for another 20 million infamy. So we're up to 40 million so far. We're only level 22, so not too shabby, not too shabby at all. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Until next time, may God bless you. And let me save that video. Let's see, that is Mirage Monarch. Family War level 21 to 22. Okay. Let's see here. So hover gives you 1.8 defense, right? Which is only going to reduce incoming damage by itself. It's going to reduce it by 3.6%. That's not jumping in the air. You can enhance that probably up to what, 2.7 or 3, which will be around 5 or 6% total once you get it enhanced up and whatnot. So now I'm going to guess that combat jumping is pretty much the same thing. I'm 90% sure of it, but I'll just double check here mids while I'm here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're both the same. I don't think those defenses are anything to write home about. Now, the thing is, if you've already got a defensive-based character, you've already got, like, let's say 25, 30%, 35% defenses from other things, and an extra 3% across the board after enhancements, 2.5 to 3%, that's much more significant, right? Because if your enemies are down to only a 20% chance to, if you got like 30% defense, that means enemy only has a 20% chance to hit you if they're the same level. So if you get another 3%, you're cutting all of your remaining incoming damage by 16%, 15, 16%. My math is a little, iffy, but yeah. But if you're just taking this by itself, enemies only have a 50% chance to hit you. You're only reducing incoming damage with this by about 5%, and that's with enhancements. And so, yeah. On an energy invulnerable brute, for example, right, it's not going to be super helpful because invulnerability, I'm pretty sure, it doesn't have a lot of defense. It's all resist. So if it's all resist, then adding this on top of it is not super helpful. You're only reducing your incoming damage by 3 or 4%. In order to get value out of something like this, you need to already have other defenses in place to really get value out of it, right? Now, what might be better for your invulnerability brute might be like toughness. That gives you extra smashing and lethal, and it will stack on top of the toughness or the resistance you already got, right? So if I take a look at toughness here, what level do I have to be? Level 14. Okay, so toughness gives you an extra 10% smashing and lethal. Let's say, for sake of argument, your brute already has 50% smashing lethal, right? From invulnerability, temp invulnerability, whatever. And you got this enhanced out to 20% extra. This will push it to cap, or 15% or so. This will push it closer to cap, but it'll reduce incoming remaining damage by a good 30%. Does it have good? Let me take a look, because I got invulnerability. Character, right? So let's take a look at that character. Because I don't believe my invulnerability, but I'll take a look here. I could be wrong. When you got 50 characters, you can easily mix things up. So here's my energy and vulnerability sentinel, for example. Right? So let's take a look here. Let's take a look at our powers. So we have capped resistances on this character, right? And we're getting some extras from the set bonuses. Defenses. Yeah, I'm just seeing minimal defenses from gear bonuses. There's a little bit here from invulnerability or invincible, it looks like. Something called invincible. Unyielding. Invincible right here. So you got a little bit of defense here with invincible. But not a whole lot. Yeah. So it's some. It's some. So yeah, with invincible, yeah, you can kind of see here in this character, right? Because I got all the toggles turned on. This character has the invulnerability set, and you can kind of see it in our power breakdown. We got 10% defenses. What you're seeing them is they are in smashing, lethal, fire, and some other places, right? Then while this power is active, you receive a bonus to defense against all attacks and a bonus to your chance to hit. Does it stack with mobs around you? It doesn't say that in the description, and I'm not seeing anything in the detail breakdown on Invincible that would indicate that you get more with more around you. I think that you might be confusing that with, like, I think there's a shield defense that does that on shield. That gets greater the more mobs you have around you. Now, mind you, I am talking, this is also about, pretty high-level character. If you're maxed out on your resistances, then working on your defenses next is obviously a good idea, which will happen, more likely than not on your level 50 characters or 40-ish characters. As you're getting more and more set bonuses, you're maxing out. And that's where you want to start building in mids to make sure that you're not wasting space on your cap and that you are then moving to defenses after that. Yeah. But if I'm playing invulnerability, I wouldn't take the defenses until I was pretty close to cap on resistances or at cap, right? And it'd be best planned out in mids. You want to cap one or the other first, if at all humanly possible. Yeah, if at all possible. But yeah, Invincible's pretty nice. Invulnerability's pretty nice overall. It's an easy power set to recommend. Just overall beefy goodness. Beefy, juicy goodness. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, it's the way the math works. As you probably know, if you have your defenses already pretty high but not capped, then an extra point of defense, an extra 2 points of defense are worth a lot, right? The first few points of defense don't decrease incoming damage by a whole lot, but the last few do, right, so to speak. So, same thing with the resistances, right? The difference between somebody who has 0 and 10% resistance means that the person's taking 10% less damage coming in, right? But the difference between someone who has 80 and 90% resistance is literally the 90%, the one with 10% more, is taking half as much damage. That's why it's so important that the brutes and tankers have such a high resistance cap. 75% for scrappers, 90% for tankers, right? Or for brutes. That extra 15% means a whole lot. It literally means that the brute is taking significantly less damage than the scrapper in a high stress situation, right? So that's why you want to focus on one or the other first. If you're playing a shield scrapper, then taking combat jumping or hover for a couple of extra points of defense, which is already going to stack on top of what you already got, is going to make a much bigger difference than it will for somebody who has no defenses at all. That's just the math. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying it's worth getting what jives with what kind of defenses you're already building up. Focus on one defense, one or the other, resistance or defense, and focus on that heavily before dipping into the other. If you split yourself up, then you're not gonna get as much return. If you took like half the cap of each, right? You did half the cap of each one, you would still take something like 30% or something like that of all incoming damage. But if you maxed out one, you would only take 10% of incoming damage. 5 to 10%. That's the difference of focusing on one versus splitting your attention between two of them. So, you know. I'm not saying don't do combat jump. In fact, I will tell you on my shield scrapper, I have a scrapper here. Shield scrapper, I would definitely take it, right? Because it's a couple of extra points of defense. So, bye. So, right now, this is a mid-level-y, kind of character, and her ranged melee AoE defense are all close to 20%, right? So that means mobs only have a 30% chance to hit her. Another 3% from a enhanced mobility will cut remaining damage by 10% more, instead of only 5% on a normal character. She'll get double the value out of it than a resistance character would. Because of math. Yeah, I've never really had any problems with jumping control. I don't know. I've never really been like, oh boy, I miss combat jumping, because I've never really felt that. If I'm fighting mobs and I'm jumping just like this, for whatever reason, I don't know why I would. I guess to get out of a pack, if they had me surrounded. I've really never had much issue, personally, with it. And if I really, really, really do, I just hit the fly button and fly away, or or you got sprint. Sprint gives you extra jump, or maybe it's athletic run gives you extra jump, I suppose. Yeah, athletic run, if I really needed to. But I can't even remember how often that comes up. Because usually this is good enough to jump out of a group of mobs. If I'm just trying to jump out of a group of mobs. But it'd be good for her to have it. It'd be good for her to have it just to help, just add more defense onto the character. You don't have a lot of extra ways to add extra defense outside of whatchamacallit. Set bonuses. So yeah. It'd be good for her to get that. I took fighting here with the idea of getting weave, I think. Let's take a look here. Weave. So weave is probably better because weave gives you 3.5 before enhancements. So I don't think I would take combat jump over that. Weave is literally twice as good, guys. Let me take a look again. Maybe I'm smoking the funny stuff here, but I don't think combat jump compares to combat jumping. Combat jumping is giving me 1.8. Weave is twice as good as combat jumping. The control during those, okay with combat jump for more maneuverability, but not okay with hovers. I don't know what you mean by that comment, Mad City. I said that I don't like hovers control mechanism at all. That's just a personal preference. I'm not saying anything tactical about that. It's just a subjective whatever. And then I said for combat jumping, I don't feel that the extra control on jumping is worth. It doesn't make a tactical difference to me in a combat personally. So weave eats more endurance. You're right. I am getting an endurance drain that would need to be enhanced out with this. But I think it'd be worth it to have that much more defense. That's literally twice as much defense. You just need to slot out the endurance cost on it. But that's a chunky defense. That's going to be what? Once I get that slotted up, I'm going to have what? 7, or maybe not 7%, but let me just see here. If I put some slots in the weave here, I'm just looking at mids here. I'm looking at 5.5. So on a normal character with no defenses, this would give them 11% essentially they would dodge 11% of the remaining hits that would normally hit. On this character here, who's already at 20% defense, this would take her down from 30% of things hitting her down to less than 25% of things hitting her. So it would be a decrease of 16% on incoming hits on this character here. So that would definitely be much more worth it here for Falcon Force than combat jumping. Of course, now you could theoretically, have the slots, maybe take both, right? And if you take both, you get the benefits of both, and you stack those bad boys up. You know, if you got, you know, if you got the, you know, the slots for it, you could take both. Combat jumping doesn't have any prerequisites either, right? Weave requires that you take kick, I believe, first. So I think, you know, there's something to be said for that. So yeah. Yeah. Now, the thing is, I'm not the most optimal builder in the world, because obviously here on this character here, which is very defensive built and whatnot, where I should take like combat jumping and weave and all that stuff first. What do? I choose fly. Why? Because she has wings and it's her whole theme. So, you know, there's that. There is that. I don't think combat jumping has a big endurance cost. It's you know, combat jumping, to its credit, is only 0.7, like something like 0.07, I should say, 0.07 a second. That's pretty negligible. I wouldn't even bother enhancing that out, right? That's nothing. Weave has a cost of 0.32 a second. That's 5 times as much as combat jumping. You would need to enhance that. You would probably need to enhance that out on an endurance heavy character. Yeah, you would need to endurance that down. But it's worth it because it's a good chunk of defense. It's a good chunk of defense. I mean, if you're talking about taking these powers because you want extra defense, yeah. I mean, if you're super endurance hungry, take you know, you're doing a defense character, feel free to take combat jumping first. You know, until you can figure out your endurance issues later on. There's plenty of ways to address endurance issues, but yeah. Let me see here. I think yeah. But you would just need to slot out that endurance cost. You need to slot out that endurance cost. Yeah, heaven forbid you're trying to run all 3 at the same time, right? If you're running all 3, toughness, combat, and weave at the same time, you're talking at 0.71 a second. So that's a lot of endurance drain, you know, if you're trying to run them all. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, if you're doing weave, you're going in for the long haul. Now, toughness gives you 10% resistance to smashing, and lethal. Weave gives you 5% to everything. That's roughly the same, right? 5% defense is roughly the same as a 10% resistance when you're talking about somebody who has no defenses and stuff like that to begin with, right? Absolutely. But if you've already got resistance built up, like from temp and vulnerability, then that extra 10% from, you know, toughness can be worth a lot more than an extra 5% from weave. It'll make a huge difference in the amount of damage you're still taking in. With that much, you know, with that increase. Yeah. So it's food for thought. It's always interesting talking about builds and stuff. Definitely food for thought, though. Definitely food for thought. 5 to 6 toggles work out real fast. Yeah, but it's also manageable. That's what enhancements are for. Enhancements, and I mean, how many times have you guys told me, "Oh, Phil, why aren't you using endurance procs?" Right? Why don't you use endurance procs? You see my character here, boys? No endurance procs. Right? No endurance procs. I do have stamina 3 slot out, no endurance procs. Now, if I was to put that guy in there, I would want to 5 slot it up for extra defense and endurance reduction. And if for some odd reason that didn't cut the cheese, then yeah, put an endurance proc. That's all I hear from people is, why don't I use more endurance procs? Look, I got this nice health slot right here. Could take a nice, beautiful endurance proc. Yeah. So I do think it's quite manageable. But that's why you want to make sure you're focused on exactly what builds up your defense the most or your resistances, and focus on one and not mix and match. Don't mix them. I would generally not recommend mixing and matching. You just you get much smaller returns, and if you're trying to mix and match, you might end up with a lot of extra toggles altogether. You could. And honestly, I mean, I'd have to play around a lot with mids here, right? We're nowhere close. I'm nowhere close to the 45% cap on melee and all that other jazz defense on here. But, you know, how much of that could I make up with set bonuses, too? So, and that doesn't cost any endurance. So, yeah, some defense sets come with some endurance options as well. So I wouldn't be terribly worried about it. But yeah, I took kick with the idea of taking weave here the next time I've got like a power slot open, and then I'll start slotting it. And City and Homecoming makes it easy to slide your slots around nowadays too, so that's always nice. That's always nice. Oh, oh goodness gracious! This looks kind of ugly. Oh, in my infinite wisdom, I decided to put this at -1 times 3. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing at all. Maybe I just changed testing the difficulties here. I feel like this is going to end poorly. But hey, I've got shield charge, so that's what matters the most. Oh, I forget it's now a thing you got to place on the ground. Come back here, you SOB. Stay still so I can clobber ya. Now, remember, boys and girls, if you can kill everything really fast, you don't need to worry as much about endurance. Just smash it all upside the head with your big fiery mace, and then you don't have to worry about it. This was my problem with the Defender versus the Corruption discussion. The Defender does so little damage that I run out of endurance because I have to use so many powers to kill something. With something like the Scrapper here, you know, you generally don't have quite that problem. Now, I say that until they hit me with a, you know, to hit debuff or whatever the deal may be, and then you miss a lot, and then all of a sudden that endurance becomes a much bigger issue, but... You know, like missing like that. That sucks. The really nice thing about using defenses too, I will say, in this resistance versus defenses discussion, is that, you know, once your defenses are like 20, 30%, you got a good foundation, It only takes like one purple to turn you into essentially an untouchable demigod, as long as they don't have any weird, you know, to hit debuffs or anything. Oh my gosh, did you see that? Oh, hello. You're volunteering to be the next one on the Price is Right? Yes, you are. Have a nice day. Prize is waiting for you in the back. Maybe it said using your earlier video about using builds, do you not recommend them? Huh? Come again? Rephrase that question, por favor. Are you asking am I basically being hypocritical as I said don't use build guides and then I'm giving advice? I would see those as kind of two different things. A guide is telling you exactly how to make a character. Whereas, you know, I'm explaining to you game mechanics so you can make your own decisions. I'm explaining to you how the math works because the game doesn't do a very good job of explaining itself, right? So back in the old days when we used to play tabletop gaming, right, or video games, there were these thick instruction books that told you exactly how armor would work, how mischances would work, how damage was calculated, things like that. And it was very, very clear how it worked. I can't believe the mission's over already. It was very, very clear how it worked. Nowadays, games have very, very complicated math underneath the hood. RPGs, I swear, they just decide to make their games as complicated as humanly possible. I saw the formula used in Heroes of Might and Magic to calculate damage in that game, and it was so insanely complicated. So when I'm playing a game, I want to know, like, how does resistances versus defenses work, right? What are mezzes and how does the calculation work on those so that I can make intelligent RPG decisions? If I'm trying to build a tanky person, should I go resistance or should I go defense? I'm not looking for an exact build, but I'm trying to understand the mechanics better because the game doesn't make them very, very clear at all. So some people do data mining. Some people just play the game a lot. They go through the logs, the damage logs. Like, you know, you see me constantly having these numbers up. I'm a numbers guy myself. So what people like me do, is we help people by explaining exactly how some of those mechanics work. And explain to you mathematically, I'm not telling you whether or not to build a resistance defender or I'm sorry, a defenses tanker or resistance tanker, right? I don't have a strong opinion on that myself anyways, even if I wanted to tell you. But I'm explaining to you why it's important to focus on either resistances or defenses wholly rather than splitting between the two because of the way the math works. Does that make sense? But I'm not telling you, here's exactly how you build a fire brute, invulnerability brute. Here's the exact place to put the enhancements. Here's the exact guide that I use to beat the game solo at, you know, times 8+4 and whatnot. Now, if I do have a character that can do times 8+4 and you guys want to see it, I'm going to show it to you. I'm not going to tell you I'm not going to share my stuff if you ask me for it. But my general advice is, I think there's a lot of joy in discovering this stuff for yourself in terms of learning what builds work for you and what you want to do. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I like mechanics. I have spent quite a bit of time researching both through experimentation and by looking as much information I could up online in terms of exactly how the mechanics work, right? Like how do mezzes works and stuff like that. I look up wikis. I don't want guides. I want instructions, if that makes sense. There's a big, huge difference between the instruction book that comes with a video game and a hint guide that you buy. Remember, you used to buy the hint guides that used to tell you, here's how you exactly beat the game. Don't forget to grab this from this treasure chest over here. And if you just build it just like this, you'll be invulnerable to all the monsters and you'll never get hit and da-da-da-da-da. Remember, there were these guides you used to pay money for. Alright, I'm getting tired of chasing down ghosts that won't sit there and fight. They just keep wandering into the walls away. Yeah. Okay, so that one's done. How do I make my action bar so small? Hey Vegas, how are you doing today? Welcome to the channel. You're just going to go into menu and go into options. And I always forget where this is at exactly, but I think it's under Windows where it says automatic UI to scaling. I got that disabled. And then you can make these as big or as small as you want. You can have fun with that. So, right there under Windows. Here, my first character would be a blaster or a brute. Nope, it was a corruptor. Oh, what kind of corruptor did you get to 50 there? CrossFit. Yeah, corruptors. I got more corruptors than I do any other archetype. The Sentinels are my favorite, and Dominators are my second favorite. Corruptors are my third favorite, but they're the ones I have the most of. Because experimenting with the different corruptors and how they play so differently from one another is pretty awesome. First impression of the Poison Fire Defender video. That was, so first of all, again, I'm not sure what your question is, Tammy. Are you saying, well, Phil, was that you giving people a build guide and going against your own advice? No, because I wasn't showing you an exact build, right? This was, people told me, I've asked before, what's a good defender to solo? And people told me Poison Fire. So I built my Poison Fire. And if you look at all of my low-level characters, they pretty much follow the same pattern of just using SOs. There's no big, deep building going on here, right? 2 reds, 1 yellow. That's it. That's the vast majority of my characters. And some slots for defense. There's no deep build. I mean, hell, I got 3 slots in fly for crying out loud, right? I am not a high... My low-level characters are hardly the epitome of deep build. I'm not going into, here's exactly how this works. And it was just like, oh, let's go and see if this works. Let me give you my first impressions, because it was an idea given to me by somebody else. Yeah. But generally speaking, I'm just suggesting, and it's up to you. You play the game the way you want. You enjoy your free time however you want. I'm not here to criticize. But I was suggesting to people, I have found, I got another video going up talking about the joy of discovery. And I have found so much fun in discovering things for myself that work and they don't work. Now, some of that is after reading exactly how this defense work, resistances, or figuring out through trial and error, and learning how to read the details on the powers. Like, when you're looking here, what exactly are you supposed to be looking at here? What's the important data off of this screen to help you make informed decisions? Did you know, for example, this average damage number here, it can be completely misleading because this is not a really great number to look at because the way they calculated it is really bonked? I didn't know that until a week or 2 ago. I've been kind of using this as like a thumbnail measurement of how powerful a power is. But there's a big asterisk that goes next to these things that you need to understand. Right? Those are the kinds of things I don't think people enjoy discovering on their own. I think that is something the game should make it clear what exactly each of these terms mean, and it should make it clear if it's not being calculated properly, and whatnot. And I can show you exactly what I mean for this particular example, but the point is, those are things that I spend a lot of videos. My videos on how to play are helping to reveal and explain a lot of this stuff so that you can make better informed choices as you're putting your builds together. But then discovering, after you've got all the information you have that you can get, and you put a build together and you take it out into the world, it still may not work, because even if I give you the information on exactly how to read these powers and everything like that, it doesn't give you the experience to play the game well. It doesn't tell you what you're going to be up against. It doesn't tell you what kind of challenges you're going to face. And so that comes with experience. Knowledge plus experience is going to make you into a better gamer in this game. And then when you do discover something powerful that works really well, that clicks for you, that's a lot of fun, even if it's not the meta, there is a joy in that discovery that is just so awesome that I don't think most people can get by simply following a build guide where someone's already kind of figured it out for you, handed you a piece of paper and said, or a PDF and said, here's everything, here's exactly how you build it, and you'll be ready for, the toppest content in the world. I'm not saying you can't have fun with somebody doing that. People do it all the time and they have fun with the game. I can't define fun for people. But I personally think that there's the potentiality that they're missing out on the joy of discovery and discovering it for themselves. Yeah. Yeah. On health, well, right now my slots are taken by very important fly. Right? Super, super important. Health is just an extra regeneration rate, so it's not like the biggest thingy in the world. When soloing, yeah, it depends on the build that I'm going for, right? With this scrapper, she kills so quickly, regeneration doesn't get a lot of time to work. Now, this is a lot different than the ice scrapper that I use, right? If you take a look at my ice scrapper, she's using, first of all, she's using regeneration as her defensive power set. But her powers, being ice, are designed to slow down enemy offense and slow them down, so that partly so that regeneration has a chance to shine, right? So which this was another viewer suggestion, and I've been enjoying. Now, they didn't give me the exact build. I've been working out the exact build on my own. But Rena Frost here, she's a regeneration scrapper. And she is focused on slowing enemies down. And you notice I have her regeneration rate up here on the screen. 17 hit points, a second or whatever have you. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. Her health is 2 slotted. So that's going from 40 to 60%. But if you take a look at like fast healing, that's 134% total, right? And I'm trying to see if there's some other healing on this character. And then there's another 50% here from integration. Health is so small compared to like, obviously these full regeneration healing powers. And even then it's not that much. This is 17 hit points a second. And she has 800 hit points. So there's a calculation somewhere in this that shows you how long it takes to fully heal. I thought that was in here somewhere. Healing received bonus, blah, 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 blah. Recovery rate, endurance, regeneration rate, max duration, max hit points, current endurance. I swear there's a calculation. Maybe it was in mids. But if you're talking about like she's got... Yeah. Just do some basic math in my head. Right now she's like 40 to 50 seconds to fully heal. 40 to 50 seconds to fully heal in this character. So, yeah. Whereas, if you take a look at... If you take a look at our other scrapper, I wish they would leave you on the scrapper page. And we take a look at our powers. We're only regenerating 5 hit points a second, right? 0.58%. And 0.17 of that is from 4.2. Well, I don't know which one that one is. Let me just take a look at my enhancements real quick. So being a math guy here, health is giving me plus 40%. Plus 40%. So health is giving me 40% of this 0.42. Health is only giving me 0.17. If I enhance it, what am I going to get out of that? Like, mathematically, what's that going to come out to be? Let's go buy a green enhancement and find out. Oh, it is very complicated, Tammy. You got to go to Cornell University. Like I said, this game doesn't do a good job of explaining itself. And... this is why, personally, I mean, if it wasn't City of Heroes and I got to play superheroes, I wouldn't play this game. If this was a fantasy setting, I would never play this game, I swear. It's such a good power fantasy, though. But the math is just overly complicated. Just so overly complicated. I'd much rather if I'm like trying to get deep into an RPG, I'd much rather do like a CRPG that's based on tabletop and is a lot simpler to deal with. All right, let's go to enhancements. Let's go to craft enhancements. Let me find myself a nice little heal. Healing and observe. Let's grab one of these bad boys right here. Boom. Let's grab that bad boy. Boom. Let's go to manage that. Boom. All right, so before we pop this in, we are at regeneration is a whopping 5 hit points a second, which is 0.58% of our total hit points, right? So if we go to our enhancements, okay, we're going to go from 0.58 to 0.64. Do you see why I don't prioritize that? We're going from 5 point whatever it was, 5.5 to 6 point whatever to 0.64. It's very small and minimal. It's pretty small. That's why I don't focus on that a lot. Let's see here. Unless you're specifically going for regeneration build, I don't. A lot of people use their health slots to put procs in there, right? To put the health and the endurance procs, and I can see exactly why they do that. Because they just don't give you a lot of bang for the buck. Even stamina. Like, let me look at my endurance. Let's see how well that's doing for me, right? Well, I try, Miss Tammy. It's definitely a bit difficult. Recovery. So you can see here that my normal base recovery is 1.67 a second. Stamina's giving me a 0.82 boost. Now that's with a triple slot in there, right? But without that triple slot in there, now let me just monitor this for a second. So it's given me let's see, normally stamina gives you a 25% extra recovery. With these enhancements, it's 48%. So we take a look at this regeneration here. See, it's giving me 0.22 or 2.1. Oh, wait, no, recovery here. 0.82, which is the near 50%, right, of the 1.67, right? So if I didn't have that slotted, I would be getting 0.4. I'd be getting about 0.4 a second. So I'd be close to like 2.05 instead of 2.48. So, and mind you, I would have at least one slot and one enhancement in there anyway. So we're talking probably the difference between 2.15 and 2.48. Is that worth 2 slots? You have to tell me. But, you know, probably, but it's also probably close to the same effect you would get if, let's say, you had like a power that was sucking up 0.4 a second and you put those slots in endurance reduction. You're getting very close to the same effect you would get if you were to do that. Yeah. So there's that. Hey, Kitty. Well, there's ways to add more regeneration as always, Mad City. There's always ways to add more. But you were just asking why I didn't triple slot it, and that's probably why. Because it's not that much of a regeneration bonus at all. And I think stamina can be a little bit overrated. I still take it on my characters because it's probably a little bit better than putting those 2 slots just for endurance reduction and a power. Particularly if none of your endurance powers are sucking up that much more endurance. I think... You know, your other powers, you start getting into some complicated math, right? But you're talking like probably 0.3 endurance a second. That means in a 10-second fight, it's getting me 3 extra endurance. In a 30-second fight, it's giving me 9 extra endurance. So again, if you're looking at one of your big powers that are taking 15 endurance, and you're like, what if I reduce that in half? Would that be better than using, stamina doodads? I don't know. It's going to be close, though. But I think overall, stamina is at the very worst. At the very worst, stamina is usually as good as reducing, using endurance reductions in a different power. At its best, like in this character here, when you take a look at her toggles, they're only like 0.21 to begin with, right? So putting 2 slots to reduce endurance in these guys will only shave off maybe 0.1, whereas stamina is giving me 0.3 for those 2 extra slots. So I think, like, generally speaking, as a general advice to give to people, generally speaking, having the extra slots in stamina is not usually a bad decision. Whereas with health, I have a really hard time justifying that purchase. Unless you're specifically working on some sort of regeneration build. And honestly, if you got a regeneration build, you're probably better off putting your slots in the regeneration powers that are supporting that build. From like the regeneration defensive set, you get so much more payoff from those other ones. The only reason I think people normally put slots into health is carriers for the procs. But the most important the most important slot you could tell any new player is make sure you triple slot flight for optimum speed. That's the most important thing you could tell new people. Hands down. Triple slot speed. Just do it. Right, kitty? My kitty agrees. And taking more damage where mobs around you, regen comes in handy there. I'm not really sure that regen comes in handy the more mobs you have around you. I mean, I mean, you talking about like, were you talking about like a regeneration build, or are you talking about health? Because health's payoff doesn't change no matter how many mobs you're surrounded by. And you're talking like what? You're talking right now. You're talking like, gee whiz willikers, not even 0.1 per slot. It would take 2 slots to give me 0.15% extra health per second. In a 10-second fight, that means I'm only going to get 1.5% of my health back by having those 2 extra slots in. In a 30-second flight, I might break 5% of my health back because I spent 2 slots there. That's not a good investment of slots. That's just not. What about 3-slot flight in Swift? What about 3 times slotting flight in Swift? Swift. What's Swift? I don't know why a flying character has to take the train to get to Atlas Park. Should just fly there. You know what'd be really cool? Is like at a certain level, you have these teleport powers. When you hit teleport, if you have a flying character, it just shows your character flying up into the sky rather than the teleportation animation. Oh, it's a joke. Ah. Yeah. No, I wish health had more of a big boost than it is, but it really doesn't. It's just really good for a mule power. Because it only boosts the bonus regeneration, which is a percentage of your base. Yeah. Silly math. At least the game shows you some of the math. Oh, I was wondering why isn't my mace red? That's because it changes the fire to red and doesn't look as cool as an orange fireball at the top. That's a good reason. Yeah, it really kind of turns really red right there. Yeah, it does more for tankers in terms of pure hit points, sure. I just still think your slots almost always would be better spent somewhere else than on health. I just think, unless you're using it to carry procs, I just think health is a very poor. I don't think the math would bear out going, oh my gosh, that was so much better than if I. It's the opportunity cost of the slots is the problem. Like if it was just a free upgrade, or something you paid money for, like a million influence to jump it. Sure, yeah, no problem. But I mean, at the end of the day, this percentage is the same whether you're a tanker or you're not. It's just more hit points per second, but it's still the percentage of like, yeah, after a 30-second battle, it's only making the difference of like less than 5% of your health. Is that worth a couple of slots, or would there not be somewhere else where those extra slots would have made a bigger difference than having 5% extra of your health in a 30-second fight? Now, don't get me wrong, 5% health is 5% health. If you really got nowhere else better to spend your slots, like increased resistance, increased defense, whatever have you, 5% extra health over a 30-second fight is perhaps 5 seconds of, I mean, little green guy here, this little green inspiration will give you back 25% of your health, but you do you, I guess, if you really have nothing else to spend it on. But for me, it's the opportunity cost of there. It's almost always somewhere else better to put it on. Almost. Not always. You may have a build where you just got so many slots, you're like, yeah, I got nothing else. I got nothing because you didn't take that many attack powers. You didn't need that many attack powers. They're on good rotations. Your build's pretty tight, and you got slots coming out of your nostrils. Sure. It's better than putting them in kick. I'll put it that way. It's probably better than putting your slots in kick. I guess that's when you're saying when you're putting in health. Like, would you rather put them in health over stamina? Hell no. Would you rather put 2 more slots in health over, let's say, whirling maze? Hell no. I put another accuracy and recharge reduction in there first. Would I do it before build up? Well, yeah, I may be able to put 1 more slot in build up and get a little bit more recharge reduction, but another slot ain't going to help build up. Against all odds? The only thing that's good there is more endurance reduction. I'm already down to 0.15 a second. I don't think I'm getting a lot of. Yeah, maybe more, maybe a little bit, tiny bit more regeneration versus a tiny bit more endurance reduction. Sure. Yeah, make a melee tune without the reslowing health by primary play on teams. Yeah, I mean, mind you, playing solo a lot, I'm very honed in on this because, this is determining, how tough I can do with these guys. Everything matters when you're soloing. Or if you're tanking, I suppose, in a group and you're tanking for a whole bunch of people, you're obviously paying a bit more attention to that as well because you're worried about tanking all that jazz. But yeah, it's the opportunity cost. If I had nowhere else to put it, I would. Yeah, yeah. It just depends on what you're comparing it against. I wish it was worth more, honestly. And I used to put it in there. To your point, Karis and Mad, I'm used to putting health in there because I was just told it was the wisdom, and it seemed like a smart thing to do. And more health, that always sounds good. But in playing it, I haven't noticed. I can feel the difference between my characters who have 3 slots in endurance or stamina and the ones who only have one. And then mathematically I'm able to work that out, and the math bears what I have felt in the game. I have not felt any notable difference from my characters with the extra slots in health and that one who don't have it. And then when I broke down the numbers, I could see why, because it's such a minuscule difference. It takes 30 seconds practically for you to notice a 5% difference in health. And if it's a shorter fight than that, if you're doing shorter fights than that, like Falcon, that's why you don't see me put it on her. She specializes in quick fights. The fight's going to be over. She's a not a real glass cannon scraper. She's got defense, but she kind of is. She's a glass cannon. Something's going to die, and it's going to die quick. It's either her or them. So regeneration doesn't have nearly as much chance to shine with this character as it would. Let's say, going back to your tanker, you're probably doing a lot of long fights on a tanker. Soloing a tanker, 30-second fights are normal. Maybe 5% extra health. That's kind of permanent. Yeah, might be worth it. Might be worth it. A little bit more for them. Okay, what am I doing now? We should do something. Give me a break. Let me go use the girls' room. I'll be right back. A great conversation, though. I really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate everyone's takes, even if we don't always agree. I think it's great to look through the numbers. It gets me to think through my thought process a bit more, too, and to dig a little bit deeper into the numbers. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Alright, we're back. Like a heart attack. Let's see here. What to do next? Do a corruptor maybe? Since we're talking about corruptors. Unless you have a plan with procs. I think like procs, which you always hear is like that one that procs back extra health. There's one that procs you extra endurance here and there. And I think when you do the math on those, I think those can be pretty beefy. Oh, actually, I haven't done a controller in a while. The dock baba. Let's see. Yeah, no extra. Like Twilight Grasp here. Twilight Grasp with two extra enhancement doodads give you a 221 heal and 221 heal, right? And we have 600 hit points. So that is 30% of my health. Now, the enhancements part of that is about, what, 70 hit points of that? 80, 90 hit points? 90 hit points. 90 hit points. 90 hit points. So 90 hit points for 2 enhancement slots. That is 15% of her health. It would take if I had 2 slots in health to get what I'm getting with 2 Twilight Grass, would take me 90 seconds. Yeah, it's a big heal, but I'm talking about the opportunity cost. Like the opportunity cost of me taking 2 slots. Let's say I had a second slot here, but to take the 2 slots out Twilight Grass and to put it into health, I would only break even on health if the fight went for 90 seconds. You know, it's a little bit more of an apples comparison because they both deal with keeping your health, you know, higher and whatnot. It is all. Now, yeah, you can put accuracy in there, sure, absolutely. That's a whole nother discussion. But I think the problem with health is debating whether or not it does more for your character, given its small health increment of only 5% every 30 seconds when it's slotted, to what you could do with 2 slots in any other powers on your character. It's really hard to make those comparisons, I guess, when you're talking about a damaging power, but when it comes to a healing power, it's a little more apples to apples. That's why I was just looking at this character going, oh, now if we take a look at those procs, then that's kind of interesting, right? Because what do we have? We have like Numena's Doohickey. Isn't that one of the procs, I believe? I have a list of these things somewhere that I have. Wow, I can't get that to just... I don't need this much over here. Can I not get... Yeah, I guess not. Okay. Let's see. How about we look at Attuned? A little bit easier to look through Attunes. Attuned. Well, here's Miracle Recovery. So this gives you a 15% bonus to Endurance Recovery for 120 seconds. 50% endurance. Yeah, we'd have to look at endurance for that one. I think one of these has like the proc for healing. Yeah, I'm looking for like a healing proc. There's an absorb proc. Here's an absorb proc. That's probably close enough. So while slotted, this enhancement has a chance every 5 seconds to give you an absorption barrier. If your health is between 31 and 75, has a 10% chance. If your health is in 31, it is effectively in the last 90 seconds. Doesn't tell how much the barrier is. That's most unfortunate. Yeah, what's the one that's... Oh, here's what's interesting. Regeneration gives you a 25% bonus regeneration for 120 seconds. Now, 25% bonus to regeneration, right? Compare that one bad boy to health, which I think health was a 40%. 40% regeneration rate, I think. Manage. Ugh. I want to take one of these out. Let's see if we take it out of here. I need unslaughter. Pancreas Miracle. Panacea. Oh my gosh. Can I just see? Well, you know, we'll just do level 50 to 50. There we go. That cuts it down. Chance for hit points. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Infuses you with an amount of hit points. Doesn't tell you what that amount is. I remember seeing it on my other character, and I want to say it was 40s and 50s that were flying up. I've got this on my other corruptor. So you can start, you know, you got to go in there, you got to do the math and look at those procs and how those are working on your character, and then compare them with the extra, 5% every 30 seconds or whatever that you get from health, and see if that math works out for you. And it's quite possible it works out better on a tanker than the proc does. Because if the proc is giving you a flat hit point amount, no matter what your archetype is, rather than a percentage of your health, then it may very well be that the proc is really great on squishy classes, but not as good as health slots on your tankier classes. So, or, slotting for actual, extra health. But each one of those health slots don't get you a whole lot. They don't get you a whole lot, so... Yeah, so... No slots in Shadowfall is interesting. What does Shadowfall do? It's a team stealth. It's just a team stealth. It has a very minor effect on defense when you're not in combat. So it's not a good defense. You don't get a lot of value out of defense if you don't build for defense. And I don't know. Let me see if I can look at my character's defense. Let's get into a fight here. Let's take a look. Let's crunch the numbers. Ha ha ha. So let's take a look at powers and our defense. Because my controller really hasn't been worried about defense because, things don't actually hit the controller. That's the other thing, too. Defenses don't matter as much to a controller because you're locking everything down, right? But let's monitor these bad boys for a second. Well, it's only resistance to energy, negative, and psionic. Which, sure, cute, yeah, helpful, I suppose. Let me go get into a fight real quick and just see if it drops. Usually, defensive E powers tend to drop when your stealth powers tend to drop in their defense when you're actually in a fight, right? Usually. Who knows what these kids are doing these days? Well, I'm not seeing any droppage. Still showing 3.75 defense. I'll even let it take a shot at me. Yeah, maybe it just stays. Is it not one of those powers that that drops its defense? Let me take a look at my powers. Okay, combat attributes. 375 from Shadowfall. So it's not one of those... usually those shadow powers, they drop your defense when you're in attack. Shadowfall doesn't make it hard. Even if you discover, grants a bonus to defense to all attacks and resistance to fear. Well, 3.75 isn't shabby. That puts it on par with what was it we were looking at earlier? The Weave. Puts it on par with Weave. But the reason why I don't have a lot of slots in it is I honestly don't need the defenses a lot. It's not a priority at the moment, right? When you're playing a controller, you're not tanking. That's what you got a pet for, right? That's what you got a pet for. That's a pet's job. So right now, I'm really just being whatchamacallit, a controller's biggest problem, in my opinion, in soloing through these lower levels isn't survivability. It is survivability. You know what it is? You have to keep yourself from dying of boredom. That's the problem. So we've got mostly enhanced for damage with recharge on pets. Sure, a couple things here and there, some recharge powers. We don't have a lot of slots to work with. Arcane Bolt's tricked out because, as you know from watching my videos, Arcane Bolt is the bread and butter of doing a lot of damage as a controller through the low levels. But defense is not a big priority because everything's locked down. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, for Mad City there. That's why. Now later on, as this character's in higher levels, and I worry a little bit more about defense at some point. And I take I would take one of those epic power pulls that give you a good defense, right? To start as a base, and then add Shadowfall on top of it. That is a pretty good value for Shadowfall. That defense is really nice. The resistance to me is just an extra cherry on top of the cake. But I would want to build this character for defense, knowing that Shadowfall has a good 3% to start off with, 3.75. You get that up to 5% with enhancements, over 5%. You stack that with 10, 15, 20%, plus some set bonuses here and there and stuff like that. You can get this character, might be able to get this character cap pretty easily. That's nice. That Shadowfall is nice. Put in a little weave in there if you have to, but yeah, that's not shabby, but I don't anticipate tanking a whole lot. Not for a while. What am I playing this on right now? I am playing this on... I don't have a mission. I need a mission. Let's do a mission. Let's do a mission. Do we have any tips? We have no tips. That's why we have no mission. Gonna need some hot tips. Everything's gonna die till it gives me some tips. Nobody likes you. You didn't give me a tip. Your best character is a Dark Miasma. What's the details on that, Mad City? What's the archetype and what's the deets, man? I do like Dark Miasma. I have it on my mastermind as well, my robotics mastermind. Everybody else is doing shield, and I'm like, let me do this instead. There's my tip. Found a hot tip. Hot tips gives you merits. Hot tip. Mutant Dark Miasma Psychic Blast Psychic Damage. So is that a defender? Teleporter. Oops. As I fly past the entrance. Oh, let's change out the picture here. We got a new character, got a new picture. Psi Mastery is good. I like Psi Mastery. The Dark Puppet. Dark Puppet. All right. Dark Puppet's got to defeat a whole bunch of things. What do we got these missions set at? ×2. +0. Well, fair enough. I don't like the way these guys are just going to be at my flank. I like dungeons where I kill things. You did a 40 merit mish, right? Working your way on up. Oh gosh. Oh, no. I found it. Go get him, puppy dog. What the heck? I'm held? You're not allowed to hold me. Do you know who I am? Is there still something shooting me? No? We good? We good? Okay, that's good. Love the Howling Twilight res. My record is 6 allies with 1 res. And it's a lot of resin. Hey, Chaos, how you doing today? Darn force field generator, die. Nobody likes you. Oh. Well, that was a fast mission. Just go in and beat everything up. I don't think I got more tips, though. Did I? Oh, I did. Well, that's an easy credit for your alignment bar. Now, I think like, oh gosh, it wants me to go right back to the same place, I think. I think like once you get your controller up to the high 20s like this and stuff, Arcane Bolt falls off more and more. You don't really see it one-shotting people like it used to back in the day. So there's that. But it's still good for overall DPS and what have you, so... Put a little inflame on Puppy Dog here so he kills somehow even faster. Huh. I like how he has to think really hard about beating up his friends. Oh, aren't you cute? Oh, I missed. Man, that dog does a lot of damage. I mean, to be fair, I enhanced it to do a lot of damage, but still. Puppy does some damage. Well, let's convert a couple of these into break free since I have a problem with mezzes. It's a lot of bad things up there. And I don't have a great line of sight either. Mama told these guys there'd be days like this. Oh, seriously? Oh, it's one of them darn force field generator things. I hate those things. They need to die. See, tanking damage is not something that you do a lot with controller. I mean, occasionally you get shot. Occasionally. Possession is really fun. I mean, it's just like any other confusion from any of the other dominators or whatevers, but it's so cool on dark because it turns them all black and they get the glowy eyes and stuff. It's so cool. I love the whole Dark Miasma look. The dark circles around her fist, the glowing eyes, everything about this whole thing is just so cool. Oh, poor puppy's a little hurt. He was tanking pretty hard in there. It was really hard to tell what I had control of and what I didn't, so sorry, puppy. I'll try to do better next time. Holy cow, the dog killed it before I could even freaking arcane bolt it. Holy cow, what the hell are they feeding you? That dog is just, holy shiz. What the hell did they put in your dog food? Do you guys see this dog? He's insane. He's like all over the place, just killing everything. Oh, you're in trouble now, buddy. Oh, I know what it is. It's, the dog's getting all the extra damage from containment, too. That's something you don't get on your Dominator pets, by the way. Controller pets just do significantly more damage because they get some of the containment bonus. Oh, how'd you get behind me? I think I lost control of this situation a long time ago. They're just all over the place in the angles and everything. Take care of that guy right there. Oh, he killed my wolf! Rude. I should probably heal the wolf once in a while. Play this a little bit like a mastermind. Hungers for longing. Yeah, heal those poor minions. Nah. We'll just resummon them up. Those fights take so long I can afford to resummon them back. right? Let's see here. And that's my Fearsome Stare is a cone of fear. This is a cone of immobilize. I feel like I'm missing something here, but I can't put my finger on it. Good dogs and stuff and shadows and everything else, whatever you guys are. Good stuff. It's such a mess of a situation. I'm so focused on getting that force field generator because can't hit anything with that force field generator up. Fights are always very interesting with controllers and dominators. You always get like a different dynamic out of them than you do with the other classes. Hey, Spliff, I don't think I've seen you on the channel before. Welcome. It's nice to see you here. How are you doing? You playing some City of Heroes today? See, this is one of those weird situations where it's like, I can't really see up here. I have to trust in my stealth. I don't know why everything's orange to me either. Rude. Ah! I can't see anything in this mess. Such a horrible setup here. Just gonna possess everybody. Then they'll all be fighting for me. I hate you force field generators. Just trying to get rid of these things first, because, boy, they just make it so much harder to kill anything else. Especially when they're a level above us already for some silly-ass reason. Fun fact, I didn't set this to +1. Hey, okay. I'm trapped in a CC and Atlas. Yeah, that'll do it. Well, hey, that's awesome. Spiff, have you been playing for a long time, or are you just a returning player? What's some of your story? Did I lose my pet again? I thought he was at like full health. Where did he go? Did he just expire? Let's go ahead and put some of these guys down here. A couple of enhancements down here as well. Our endurances. Oh, I could set that bomb, or, you know, we could just beat everybody else up. Go beat them up, boy. Oh, I think we aggroed the whole dungeon. Of course I did. Good job, Dark Puppets Pets. Good job. I've been playing on and off since the game's in beta, so you're like an old hat at this stuff then. Well, I'm definitely more of a solo-y, kind of a casually player. I play mostly low-level, lower-end stuff. You don't see me pushing too hard builds, though I enjoy talking about builds and talking about the numbers, at least underneath the hood. Been doing a lot of that. Knocking out some alignment missions here and there to get that good old tip credit up there, that alignment credit. We're at 2 points out of 10 for our 40 merit mission. Is she level 28? Okay, take care, Chaos. What's your favorite class, Spiff? Or archetype, I should say. What's your favorite archetype? There are like 10 or so right answers and one wrong answer. No, did I do... Let's see here. I just like playing the villain music. I do. Some banging music there. This time to mess with its crit thing. Oh yeah. No, the Sentinels, Sentinels crit thing is a thing of beauty. It is truly a thing of beauty. I haven't even tried. You know what? Let's try. Let's do something we don't normally do here. Let's do a level 50. So I did. Let's see. This is Unstoppable Firebug, not to be confused with the Stoppable Firebug. Yes, Sentinels have crits now. Let's talk about it, right? Just in case you haven't had a chance to watch my video on the subject. We are doing a Sentinel here. This is Firebug. She's level 50. She's decently enhanced up and whatnot. And we're going to do this at +2. And oh boy, is that really loud in my ear. Okay, well, whatever that means. All right, so Sentinels have the opportunity bar like always, which, you know, would go up, and you would use that to buy. You would use it to put vulnerability on enemies, right? Come on, boys. Come over here and get it. Come over here and get it, boys. Come on. Come here, boys. You guys ever gonna get your candy asses over here? Anyways, you would normally use it to use, vulnerability, which would give enemies 15% resistance debuff, right? And this is very helpful in groups. It's very helpful against bosses. It's essentially a 15% damage buff, more times than not. That's the way that math would work out. And it can't be resisted by enemies. It just can't. They have to suck it up and deal with it, and whatever have you. What you got now is, as the bar fills up, you're going to see crits popping above these enemies. You're going to see the word crit. Crit, 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 crit. There's a crit right there, right? That is when the bar is completely full, you have a 40% chance of doing 40% extra damage to the enemy when it's full. Now, vulnerability works a little differently. Vulnerability is still there, but instead of just applying to one enemy, it's going to apply to it'll apply mostly to the main enemy, but it'll also apply to enemies nearby, up to 5, for lesser results. Now, in my testing, now here's some math for you guys, right? If, let's just say, for sake of argument, you had a 40% chance to crit for 40% extra damage, what kind of increase would that be to your overall DPS? Do we have any big math experts there that can help me out with that? Is that it? Was that the only group that's going to come for me here? That's it? Oh, I guess that's all. I have to go hunt some more. I have to go find some things to hunt here. So watch what happens, by the way, when I put vulnerability on these guys. You'll see it spread to some of the other ones here. Let me turn off flying here. Yeah. You're going to see we got a lot of, like, vulnerable creatures here. What's this Tree of Life garbage over here? You're dead. I don't like you, Tree of Life. Does it work with secondary armor powers that damage? I don't think so. I don't think so. It also has limited use on your T9 power, your big nuke. It helps out with so the way Sentinel's nukes work is they do less damage. Most nukes, not all of them. Most nukes do their main damage to things within the close inner circle, and then they do less damage to things in the outer circle or a further distance away. The things on the outer circle have the crit chance, but not the things on the inner circle. Yeah. Yeah. So, can anybody tell me if you have a 40% chance to crit for 40% extra damage, what would the DPS increase be on that? Be helpful if I actually kept that open. Yeah, see, buddy, you didn't want to just run right in front of me, because that's not how you want to do this. This is not how you want this to go down. Critical, critical, critical. Three engineers to rescue, huh? I'm good to know. So if you have a 40% chance at a 40% crit, that's a 16% increase in DPS. Okay? Now, it doesn't hit their T9s. It doesn't work on their secondary powers, I don't think. So it's not a pure 16% DPS across the board, but it is a significant increase to their DPS, to be sure. Now, let me see here. I'll put on some invisibility here so I can actually get a little bit closer and see if these guys have any. Oh, I think that guy needs to be rescued there. Now, here's the thing. When you put resistance debuff on somebody, you lose half of your opportunity bar, right? Which takes you down from a 16% increase in DPS to an 8% DPS increase in DPS. However, you're going to do 15% more DPS to anybody whose resistance is lower, like this boss here, for example, right? And your bar is going to start building back up as soon as you start attacking again anyways. So generally speaking, boys and girls, you in English, you want to use resistance again, or vulnerability. You want to use vulnerability. Just in case you weren't before, you should have been, but now you really should be. There's no question you want to use vulnerability. I have crunched the numbers on this, and it is a significant difference. You definitely want to use it. Now, as always, this goes double for, bosses or anything that's going to really soak up the damage. But even against, because of the way it spreads now to the next 5 targets, even against regular mob packs, it is generally worth using vulnerability on. And if you watch your numbers, if you watch your damage numbers really closely, you can see the significant difference between your powers that have vulnerability helping out and the ones that don't. Oh, well, we got them all right here. That's awfully convenient. The debuff value is 15%, and it cannot be resisted. It also cannot be stacked with other sentinels or multiple applications or anything like that. It cannot stack with itself. Come back over here, you evil little boss trying to run from me. You know what? You're gonna die. Whether you like it or not, you're gonna die. Because I'm hyper-focused in on you. Yeah, 15% resistance debuff that cannot be resisted, doesn't miss, doesn't, you know, no, don't pass go, don't collect $200, right? So it's really nice, and it's just extra built into the class, but it does hit your opportunity bar. So generally speaking, more times than not, it is definitely worth using. You'll see me open most of my big fights here, especially against these bosses with it. Open up your big powers with it, so to speak, and let loose the dogs of war. And you can see my bar is almost already full again. So it's not even like an exact 8% reduction in your DPS from the loss of crit. It starts off as an 8%, but it, you know, quickly goes to 7, 6, 5, 4. You know, so whereas the 15% sticks around for a good solid, I don't know, 15 seconds or so. So it's almost always worth, like against this boss right here, go ahead and use it. It's already charged back up again. Go ahead and use it. Get your 15% extra damage. And you're still going to have an 8% crit chance while it builds back up to 9%, 10%, whatever. And you can see how fast I took down that boss with it. And this is a Sentinel, man. It's feeling almost as good as a Blaster, honestly, in terms of its killing speed and with a lot more survivability. So I really love Sentinels, and what they've done here is just made them even more amazing and fun to play. I think it's a really fun class. Can't recommend it enough for new and returning players or somebody looking to do something different. It's a lot of fun. We're going to put vulnerability in all these guys here. You're going to see that pop up on them here. Got some incoming fire there. Oh, don't die on me. Now you can die. Speak with the drummer. Nothing worse than leftovers. Oh. Cutscene. Epic cutscene. Oh. Firebug's telling things to fire. Ooh, epic 3D graphics. Mission complete. 2 units of Vanguard merits. Yes! What I've always wanted. So anyways, you guys can tell me what you think in the chat there. But Firebug is somehow even better than before. And I did like a +4/+4 mission with Firebug before the changes went in effect. And just to show that yes, I can do +4/+4. It's a little sweaty, but I did that no problem. And nowadays I usually just play on +2 × 6 with bosses turned on. Because I like killing the bosses, and they're worth a good chunk of money. And that's been going pretty good. But you can see, like, yeah, now we get through things even faster. It's insane. It's insane. Now, you notice it, obviously, a little bit more on your lower level characters where you don't have so many numbers flying up as quickly. Voltaic Veil in particular here, being the electric psionic Sentinel, is mostly focused on draining endurance while doing a bunch of damage. And I think that trade-off for, yeah, I think it's lower damage. It wasn't really worth it, but now it works really, really well. She definitely gets through things pretty quick. Is there anything anybody else wants to see or anything? Anything else I can show ya? Evening out the classes, I don't know. I can tell you though that for me the classes still all feel pretty different, particularly in lower levels. Like, I think the problem is when you get up to the high levels, you get to like level 50 and stuff. When you have, first of all, I think personally, and you probably see my video on this, I don't like incarnates. Because incarnates basically says, oh, you're not a blaster? Well, you are now. Here's a power that blows everything up. My Dominator has a Superman punch that punches into the ground. You know, things like that. And it starts to go, well, you get more defenses, and you get more endurance, and you get more blasty powers, and you get a pet. And yeah, it's kind of tempered, but it's very powerful, and it starts to make everything feel more homogenized. I think that does that more for me there. When you're talking about like Sentinels versus what? Like the buff to Sentinels, the question is, does it make them feel more like, blasters? Blasters still have the unique niche of having a lot more range and a lot better AoE caps. So those have not been touched. Those are your distinguishing factors for a blaster. And they're still the DPS kings, right? While this brings them much closer together, your blaster's still going to be DPS kings, particularly in large groups. I think if you're just talking like, hey, we're both playing single and we're both playing at +0 × 1, then yes, I think now they're really, really, really close. But if you're comparing them against ×8, where the AoE caps play a much bigger role, your blasters still rock. Your blasters still have, a significant damage advantage because they have higher AoE caps. And they have longer ranges. So, yeah. But the brutes are a little bit closer to tankers now with defenses. But I mean, at the end game, they're always up there cap anyways. I don't think there was a huge tanking difference at the end game between brutes and tankers. But tankers still have a little bit more, and they have better, what's it called? taunt and stuff, I think. Let's take a moment though to cry for the poor Scrapper. Poor Scrapper hasn't gotten any buffs in a very long time. It's most unfortunate. Poor Scrapper. Poor Scrapper. And Stalker. Has Stalker been forgotten? I don't know. I love Stalker, but I almost feel like it's been forgotten. It used to be 80%. Yeah, yeah. Well, if they're supposed to be the second tank in the game, 80% and 90% is literally twice as much damage you're taking in. I don't know if you can call yourself one of the tanks of the game if you're closer to Scrapper than you are to Tanker. Right? I guess that's the ultimate thing at the end of the day. Did you want Brutes to actually be able to tank in most content compared to Tankers? Or did you, when you got up to like 4-star content, did you want Tankers to be the only ones who could really tank? Because you're literally talking, if you're talking about 80% versus 90%, you're literally talking that Tankers, before we even talk about hit point comparisons, that the Tankers would be able to tank twice as well. So that I can see why they did that. If you're going to say Brutes are the second tank in the game. But they did give Tankers something back too. And you're right, this does bring them, so Tankers got more damage via their longer AoE reach, right? So they have longer AoE reach, and Brutes got more defense. So I guess there is a homogenization between Tankers and Brutes. Is that a bad thing? I don't think so. But I don't think, for example, that that there's a lot of homogenization between the things that are supposed to be separate, right? You're not gonna see a Sentinel doing 4-star content as the tank of the party, for example, and you're not gonna see a Tanker replacing a Blaster for pure DPS. And Brute's DPS is pretty good, but it's not off the charts good. It's not Scrapper. And we're still not at a point where Brutes is Scrapper or Stalker good. So I don't know. There is some homogenization, but I would definitely argue that genie was let out of the bottle when the devs decided to put in incarnate powers. And also, you have to do some of this if you're going to say the game's more solo friendly, which is something that they've been aiming towards. A lot of MMOs have been going more and more towards solo friendly for a while now. That's definitely been a thing. But yeah, there definitely is some. There's definitely some evening out so that they're all more solo. And like some of the inherent powers. I forget when inherent powers were added. Was it issue 11ish or something like that? But the inherent powers were also made to even out their solo ability, right? Defenders are given plus 30 solo, damage, things like that. It's been very interesting, when you kind of study this. Let's see if she can do a -1 times 4. I wonder if it got reset. Those are -1s? Well, it's actually kind of par for the course, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but I guess there definitely has been a lot of buffing in the game from the old days. Remember, you couldn't hardly solo at all back in Hero days. Back in my day, you had to run with groups, right, Mad City? Especially playing like a blaster. Oh my gosh. And tankers killed so effing slow. Here's the thing, like it was pretty well known that tanks kill really, really slow, right? But nowadays, people will argue with me about tankers being very awesome at soloing. I mean, times have definitely changed. Yeah, yeah, instead of having to select them, right? Yeah, I think so, Mad City. I think the timing was very close on that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Are you still alive? Are you still alive? Yeah. My first character. Yeah, it was so rough for me playing a blaster and stuff. I quit the game. I quit the game because I won't. Even back in the day, I was like, if I can't solo, I don't want to play. I don't mind playing groups sometimes. At least back then, I was more open minded about grouping, but I didn't want to be forced to group every single time I wanted to jump in and play my character, you know? So now my tanker gets. So nowadays, tankers get by, as you kind of see me doing here. I've got this set to times 4 at only level 28, which is probably double of what I would do with any other character, right? Because the tanker can take it. I'm killing slowly, but not as slowly as the old days. Partly and thanks to that reach is a big help for being able to hit a lot of things with my AoEs. They've definitely made it easier to solo as a tanker and be able to do that at halfway decent speed. You know, a smarter man would have actually, um, yeah, would have actually recovered my endurance first. Oh, you know what helps if I turn Mighty Leap off? That's always a smart thing to do. Yeah, but they definitely made it a lot easier nowadays. Absolutely. Well, if y'all haven't joined our Discord server, feel free to join. We talk a lot about this when I'm on the channel. And sometimes I'm streaming while I'm in the channel like I am tonight, but I guess it's quiet on the server because no one's joined. But sometimes we'll stream and chat about these things at the same time, and that's always fun. I do play other games. I will be starting to stream other games here and there, particularly Guild Wars. So if you're into Guild Wars 2, I should say. Well, part of me wants to do Guild Wars 1 since that kind of re-released. Um, but yeah, I'll be doing some other things here and there as well. I take I'm a fan of BioArmor. Only in where it makes sense, right? I don't think it applies equally well to everything, right? I don't think, hey, just slap BioArmor on it. you know, and da 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 da. I look for synergies, and I think what it is with staff is you've got, you know, so much of that AOE that's multiplied by the extra damage, that it can kind of work out pretty well here. But like my other tank, like my spike, I have an ice spike and a couple of other tankers that I've made. This is the only one with bio armor. This one and that Sentinel you saw are the only two out of the 50 characters I have that have bio armor. So I think it has some pretty decent-ish application, but they did nerf it a titch as well. And that's right there. Lawnmower Simulator. Are you guys still... Oh gosh, where did you guys come from? You been here this whole time? Yeah, but I do think overall it is really cool. I do like the fact that it has toggles, has to be managed. I think that's what I really... My first Sentinel was the Energy Blast, Invulnerability. And Invulnerability is just one of the things you turn on and you forget about it. Every once in a while I use the Emergency Heal or whatever it may be. But the second Sentinel I made was Firebug that you saw there. Fire and Bio Armor. And I really like the fact that it was interactive. And the fact that, yeah, there's definitely times where you want to turn on that extra, you know, that extra damage absorption. Or you want to go for extra, you know, endurance management or whatever. And I thought that was pretty cool. I think that's, you know, it felt a lot more interactive than most armors, which, you know, just are toggled on all the time with the occasional emergency button or something like that. Maybe they have an attack power too that help you out, but yeah, I do like the interactivity of this one here. So old and we need to slow down. You know what, Tammy? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah, you are not wrong. And I did this, by the way, the origin story behind this particular tank build here is I made a video saying that I didn't think tanks were good for soloing. And so there was a number of people who wrote to me as like, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Have you tried that? And one of the things on the list was bio staff. So I tried to have an open mind. I said, let me go and give it a try. And I have to say, as you guys kind of see me doing here, it isn't terribly bad. I have to say this is fine. I have to say I like this. I don't love it, but I like it. It isn't the fastest killing speed in the world, right? But it doesn't bore me to tears like tankers used to do. So I think this is something I don't mind leveling up this character, and this is going to be my first tanker that I get to level 50. Because it turns out with the longer reach and staff and all this other jazz, and one of the reasons, you know, this can kind of work out, by the way, because when you use Bio's offensive adaptation, you lower your resistances and your defenses. The reason why this kind of works for this here is because when you're using guarded spin, you are getting extra defense as well. Doesn't quite make up for the drop in numbers, but it helps. Helps you still survive. So I think it's a good pairing. You tend to play, yeah, that's my assessment too. I tend to play non-armor power sets for all those reasons. Non-armor power sets. Help me out with that, Spiff? Because you like the toggles and stuff like that, so you know, like you like it to be a little more interactive, like I do. Let's see here. What can we do for fun? More fault line. Who doesn't love more fault line? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but I like it. I like the interactivity and stuff, particularly if you can get some value out of it. You know, some you could make an archetype that's more complicated for complication's sake, but it doesn't actually provide you any additional benefit for all that extra management you're doing. But I think with bio, you really do get the extra benefit. And I've talked to people who are higher end players, and I've said, is bio good for tanking? Like, are you going to get to level 50 and find out, you know, it doesn't tank as well, or people aren't going to want you on the team or anything, but you're doing bio? And they're like, no, absolutely not. It's a really good armor set. But in order for it, like, it's in the top 10. But if you manage it really, really well, right, it actually goes up to the top 3. So that's what I like to hear. You know, has a decent skill ceiling to it. Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, you can see here, Spiff, that like I have a lot of dominators, I have a lot of ton of corruptors. You know that yeah, you get more interactions between the primaries and the secondaries, and whatnot out of that. Sentinel was my first because Sentinel allowed me to really live my dream of being able to play something that I had drawn, you know, for years and stuff like that. But and I do like Sentinel a lot for a number of reasons. And but yes, I think it's a little bit more fun when you have good interactions with the armor sets. But definitely Dominator. Oh, I love Dominator. I love Dominator so much. You lock them down with your secondary and blast them, or lock them down with your primary and blast them with your secondary, whatever it is, whichever order that is. Kind of tired. And then corruptors. Oh my gosh, the different combinations of corruptors. Like this one I made here was based off of a banshee, and I made this in talking this out with a friend. Like the old types of banshees, right? They haunting ghosts that scream, you know, in the night. And this one ended up being sonic and dark, and it's ended up working so well. So much fun. It's really been a good mixture there between the primary and the secondary. Super, super cool. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. The Origin of Power. Oh, okay. Doms on teams with all melees often go splat. Well, why is that? You would just sit back and hold them and the melees would hold aggro, but Doms would just, you would be their support. So why would the Doms go splat? All you have to do is just hold things down while the tanks and everything hold aggro. So the tanks are keeping them off of you, and you're keeping them off the tanks. Or keeping them from doing full damage to the tanks. Not if you have bad tanks. Well, then that's on the tanks. That's exactly on the tanks. And AoEs, you shouldn't be close to the action. I never get close to the action when I'm with a big group. Are you kidding? If I'm not playing a tank. That's the whole point of playing a squishy class. You're in the back. You've seen that with my masterminds. That's why I don't put my masterminds near my pets. My pets are in the front. My mastermind's back here. Oh, yeah, no, you don't want to be close to those pets. You ever seen my level 50 mastermind? Well, okay, the bots stay back and shoot too. We all stay back. But if those enemies get in close, I'm leaving the bots behind. I'm like, you good luck, guys. Well, and you know, that's why, you know, I've had a lot of people, I got into several heated discussions about how, you know, blappers, right? I'm sure you're aware those are basically blasters who talk a lot of melee powers. Now, the argument is they do more DPS than blasters, pure, you know, regular range blasters. And I'm like, well, how would you stay alive? Well, if you have a good tanks, whatever. And I'm like, what about AoEs? Well, this or that. I'm like, okay, whatever, I guess. I don't see it, but sure. But I play a lot of solo. In solo, if I crank up difficulty, especially and stuff like that, I don't want my blaster anywhere close to the enemy. The distance to the enemy is my, you know, is my buffer, right? I'll put tar patch down here, then I'll hit him with minus, you know, whatever's. Like, I need distance, I need protections. That's the whole point. Yeah, I don't get people who want to play these squishy classes and want to play melee. Now, I say that, and I play a Dominator who does have melee, right? The Black Canary. But I even said when I made up that character, I know this is not the most optimal setup in the world. And as a Dominator, at least I can lock them down, unlike a Blapper. I can lock them down before I go and kick them. But if they break the hold at any time, if I don't kill them fast enough, yeah, I get my butt kicked on that Dominator more than most other Dominators. Yeah, but that's me playing something suboptimal on purpose for flavor. But I can't imagine, like, oh yeah, I'm going to run a 4-star with that character. Never. People are crazy. Crazy. Dominator secondaries mostly melee. It depends on which one you're picking, right? They got a good mix. It's just like blasters, right? Like the blasters, no one's forcing these blasters to pick. They're somebody's like, well, most of the blasters, I think they did the math, is like half of blaster secondaries have at least 3 melee or 4 melee powers in them. And I'm like, so? Doesn't mean you have to pick them. Doesn't mean you need to pick those melee powers, right? Maybe you just want a tighter bill and you like it for the other abilities, right? Yeah, but let's take a look at my DOMs here and whatnot. So I've got lots of DOMs. So Stardust, Psionic Assault. She does have She does have her one big PBAOE. I don't know what City of Heroes fascination is with PBAOE, to your point. They just love PBAOE for like the T9 power. I hate it. But other than that, she's ranged. And so make sure you lock them down before you go in and do your T9. If I'm in a group with a bunch of melee people, I'm probably not the one doing the damage anyways. So I'm not tempted to rush in. I just won't use my T9 very often, right? Or only do it if I know the situation's secure. But I probably just want to use my T9. Cinder Flare, Fire, Pyrotechnic. I'm going to guess Inferno, right? Do they have Inferno on Dominator? Let's check. They do not. They have Combustion, which is one, like, they got Fire Breath, a lot of ranged attacks, lots and lots of ranged attacks, but there is Combustion. I did not take Incinerate, which is the melee, dealy. It should be noted, too, that Combustion still has a pretty decent AoE range on it. 15 foot, so, I mean, you don't have to really get super. It's not like it's melee, but yeah, sure. So there's that one, but if I'm playing with a group, I'll just skip it. I'll just skip it in my rotation and stick with my ranged attacks. Yeah. Ninja Blaster's a blabber, but she's definitely a character who voices most attacks. Yeah, I can't. I have done. Let's see, Dominator. Now this one's Martial Assault. So what's interesting about Martial Assault is I thought at least half of its powers would be melee or something like that. It turns out, well, maybe half of its powers are melee, but it's got a lot of ranged attacks in it. I was actually pretty impressed. What does frustrate me, I will say what frustrates me about Arsenal Control, you're right. It does have a couple of melee powers in them. They're just melee single target attacks. I'm going to respec out of those on this guy. So you're right, they're definitely in this one. Oh, they're in Earth too. Yeah, you're right. They do like to throw in, it's a couple. It's like an option. You don't have to take them, but it's an option. And then I'm guessing if I'm playing with a group, I just don't use them. You got plenty of other range powers. It's not like their secondaries are all melee and they have no other way of doing good damage. It's just in their toolkit. So if you're playing with a group and there's a lot of AoEs around, don't use that part of your toolkit. It's okay not to use your entire toolkit in every single scenario, particularly in those scenarios where it doesn't make sense. Knowing when to hold them and when to fold them and when to walk away and when to run, that's all part of playing your character right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, you might have 2 or 3. I don't know if it's. I think with Cinder Flare it's only 1, right? Well, okay, no, there's a second one, but I just opted out of not taking that one. You don't really, generally speaking, when it comes to attack powers, most people don't take all 9 anyways, unless you're just like leveling up and trying them all out. But you'll respec out of them because, especially once you got hasten and stuff, you don't need 9 attack powers. So if you want to use them, use them. But if you want to opt out of them, you can totally opt out of them either by, just respecing them out when you don't need them so much anymore. Yeah. I think it's a good idea to have 1 or 2 melee powers in every squishy class if they do superior damage, because it can be that thing like, hey, someone's on my face. Okay, I'm just going to kill them real quick rather than run away. I like having the option there, but I don't use it as part of my normal rotation. And if I'm playing with a group, I'm not going to constantly, run into the middle of it just to show, yay, I've got, I've got melee powers and this is how I should do my damage. Yays. Yeah, I think you deserve what you get at that point. Have you seen Aftershock, by the way? Isn't she cute? This Earth controller that you guys told me about has been a lot of fun to play. I'm only level 10, but I've been having a lot of fun with that one. Probably more than Mini Shocker here. I haven't played Mini Shocker in a while. Let's take a look at Mini Shocker's powers. So we do have a Havoc Punch in there, so we got 1 there. Let's see here. Looks like we have build up, we have zap, which is distance, static discharge distance, but we do have thunder strike, which is melee, and then we have a pet. So you've got 2 melee attacks in electric. You can choose whether or not to keep it or to skip them. Or, like I said, I would take at least 1 just for an emergency range. Oh, no, there's 3 attacks. You're right. Here's a 3rd one, charge ball. I can't count. I just skipped it. Oh, I do have controllers. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Once I figured out, Spiff, how to solo controllers decently. Because my problem with soloing controllers is the same problem with tankers. I didn't know how to do good damage in the lower levels. And I always level up my characters, you know, without going into groups. Yeah. Oops, went too far. Controller. There's the controllers. Oh, which one's a great outfit, Tammy? We got a time delay. I don't know which one's the great outfit. We did create the blue fire flicker fuse. We have a red fire flicker fuse and a blue fire flicker fuse. Yeah, but we definitely have some controllers. I'm having a problem figuring out this character's rotation just yet. I'm figuring out exactly how I want to play this character. Maybe need some more levels to come online. I've only got like 3 attack powers. I think I had to put Arcane Bolt in there just to round it out. Because I didn't want another melee power. I think melee powers are silly. Oh, the artwork that's up on there, my Banshee. Yeah, she's the Banshee. Oh yeah, no, she's pretty cool. It ends up being a really, really good character too. Yeah, melee would be good once the endurance is low. That's true. That's the whole thing. With Dominators, you can at least, if you're soloing them, they have good melee scaling, and you at least have the chance to lock them down, unlike Blappers. So, you know, there is that. There definitely is that. Fault line. Fault line. Ugh. Fault line. How do I get the fault line? I never go to fault. Fault line's all the way down there. Lovely. You like your electric Dom? You're gonna have to talk me through it. You have to talk me through it. I'll show you here. You can tell me if I'm not getting something here. What up?
Hey.
Usar on a City of Heroes stream.
Hello, chat.
He's come to talk about lots of City of Heroes stuff with us.
Oh.
Oh, he needs confusion power. That would be nice.
It's 6 a.m. in Europe, so it's time to start the day.
Alright, so you guys can watch me and you can tell me what I'm missing here. Let's see how well we do here. This is just default difficulty settings right now. I usually don't do ×2 until I get a little bit of AoE in me. Or a good pet or something. Well, I do have Conductive Aura. I doubt that does a lot. Oh, the Conductive Aura is really what drains their endurance. So I have to get in melee with this character because the Conductive Aura is what's really draining their endurance. The powers don't drain enough on their own to really do a lot. You can see that like, that guy's endurance back there, his health went down way before his endurance did. We need my gremlins. Yeah, that would be helpful. When do we get gremlins? Not for a while. Oh, gremlins over here. There's gremlins over here too. Oh, we get 2 pets. Well, we get lots of pets with this combination. Yeah, knock that one on his butt. That's pretty funny. See, if I get into melee, then I can drain their endurance pretty quickly because of the aura. I looked at the numbers on this. The endurance drain from the normal attack powers isn't very awesome. Oh, Arcane Bolt. Wow. That was brutal. So the class comes online at level 26. Got it. Just gotta survive through there. So if you take a look here at the endurance drain, that's only -3%. That's -7%, 10%. Jolting Chain's 10%. But Conductive Aura is 15%, right? And then that's probably like every second. So if you can just hang around with an enemy long enough, that'll knock them all down. See, as long as I stay close to them, which puts me in a little danger. Well, I don't have to be that close. I don't have to be melee close, I suppose.
Scrolling internet right now. I have to tell you, Philip, I played even more Unreal Tournament 2004, and what a game.
Well, that's all you, my friend. I'm not a big first-person shooter person.
But what have I missed all those years? Wonderful stuff.
And you're not going. What archetype of powers are you running on this tune? This is Electric Dominator. And do any of y'all play Unreal Tournament 2004? That's what Usar is asking. Yeah, it has a regen buff, absolutely. It is very handy. I just have to be close to people, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but if I can hold them, then it works. Put them in the fence first, then go up there and start smacking at them while the aura does its thing. So even if he breaks the hold, he's kind of stuck there. I really do like the look of it. I've also got this on the Sentinel. The Sentinel is electric with psychic armor for the recovery drain, right? It keeps the enemy from recovering their endurance for a good while. It's a good pairing because normally the Sentinel attacks by themselves don't lower the enemy's endurance all that much. So stopping their regen or their recovery is really important.
Time to go. I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah, Spiff said he played it back in 2004.
Oh, nice. I mean, it is a classic, one of the best shooters ever, if not the best. So, okay, viewers from America, have a good night. You too, Philip. See you.
Have fun. Oh, you're still alive? Something's shooting me. Arcane Bolt does have that extra, damage that it inflicts on held targets. So it's a good way to balance out if you find yourself playing Dominators, and you need some extra range damage, it certainly can help. I mean, she is tearing through stuff in here. Oh, hello, fella. Oh, there she goes. She leveled up. Fun little fact, if you do an Ouroboros and the contact is like in a whole nother city, just go to Ouroboros and teleport back to contact at the crystal. Wow. Gotta go back to Atlas now. That's lovely. The villain missions are definitely a bit more streamlined and less running around than some of these guys. I do like the running effects too. Ooh, ah. Like electric steps or something. You almost feel like you write your name down. It's just fast enough. You can just make letters and stuff. Right? People wonder why I play villains so much. They wonder. Hey, Rita, how are you doing today? How's it going? Well, I don't know if it's a super nice build or anything. It's just electric, but so far so good. Not too many complaints. Don't know if I want to really crank up the difficulty or anything just yet. Like I said, probably better if I had some good AoE damage. I guess let's take a look at the let me take a look at these powers again here. So you got electric fence doing 27, chain fence is doing 13, jolting chain doing 38. Let's see here, and then conductive aura is not doing any damage. Static field, target location AoE. Haven't slotted this guy yet. Probably could put some slots into this. This is a 40-second cooldown that puts enemies to sleep. And hits them in the recharge a little bit there for a while. So it's got a couple nice things going for them. Then we have Charge Bolts, Lightning Bolt, and Havoc Punch. So I guess I got some decent AoE with Jolting Chain here. That's on an 8-second cooldown. That's not shabby. And Chain Fences. Now Chain Fences is not worth a lot of damage. That's mostly for the Immobilize. And it's decent endurance. Is Villain Side less populated still? Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Mental Fire, Dom Villain. Oh, that's really nice. I like the Villain Side a lot. Yeah, I have a lot of characters on Villain. And the missions are a little bit smoother. We just started talking about this electric thing, and I said, let me pull my electric, which is on the hero side. Let's put in... I'm missing some slots here. Duh. Let's put in couple of damages and probably put an accuracy here on the sleeping thing. Couple of damages and an accuracy. Oh, you know what helps is if I had money. Well, I got money in the mailbox, I suppose. One of these emails, there we go. It's a nice little money return there. Oh, you're right. We could put endurance modification. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. See, let me see how much. Well, how much endurance does it do right now? It's only negative 2%, but I did put it in conductive aura because it's 10%. So the 2 extra in there brought it up to almost 15%. So you definitely want to put the endurance modifications on things that do big. And if Jolting Chain could obviously use a couple more slots because it would go from 10 to 15. Static Field would just go from 2 to 2.7 to like 4. Yeah, but I like the way you think. I need to put a couple more in jolting chain or chain fences when I get more slots. I'm kind of milking jolted chain for the extra damage at the moment. But the recharge and static field is also super tempting. I almost went with recharge. I think I'll do accuracy for now, but I might change that to recharge there later. I'll see how much I depend on it. Because I agree, a recharge would definitely help it out. Take it from 40 seconds to under 30, I'm sure. Or close to 30. My father played, I watched him play some of home is with the villains. Yeah, no, villains are awesome. Villains rock. And the missions are definitely a little bit more enjoyable in my opinion. Oh, wait, I can level up. I can level up! Whoa, whoa, go back. Level up, level up. Oh, because I'm in the middle of a task force. Can I level up in the middle of a task force? Probably not. Oh, I can. Let's see. Summon a large amount of energy that periodically jolts. So I have a sniper attack, which I'm not sure that really is a best idea for a dominator, because you don't want to open. I don't know if I want to open with a snipe as much as I want to open with control powers. Tesla coil, 3 magnitude hold against up to 16 targets, 4-minute recharge. Holy crap! And it lasts. Is this creating a? It is a 4-minute single target. What the hell is this? Oh, up against. So is it like a pseudo pet? And slot it in everything? Slot one in everything? Oh, Zab has a 15. Oh, yeah, you're right. 15 endurance recovery, and you put more endurance drain on that, and it'll... Oh, yeah, that's a nice power. Start off with a nice little endurance drain on somebody. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Endurance mods and everything. Well, I definitely agree in putting endurance mods on things like this that are already, at 15%. 2 endurance mods will take that to, what, 25%? So you're getting like a 10% increase, like a literally 10% of a mob's endurance. And some of these powers where it's only draining them like 2%. Unless it's 2% over and over and over and over and over and over again. I don't know about this Tesla coil. I'm a little confused as to what that is. Let me read the description on it. Can I see what that is? Range, target AoE, foe damage. Summons a large amount of energy that periodically jolts at nearby enemies, dealing energy damage and paralyzing them. And maybe drain to some endurance. It seems like a pseudo pet, a 4-minute cooldown. It doesn't tell me how long the pseudo pet lasts either, or anything. Yeah. So I don't know. Do you guys like Tesla coil? Is that good? It looks kind of bad. Yeah, I think Zap would look like a better deal on there. I mean, hell, even freaking build-up would be better. I like build-up, don't get me wrong. Let's see, JC or chain fences, jolting chain or chain fences, not both. Yeah, put the. Well, conduct it. Yeah, chain fences. Yeah, that's probably a good point. Put it on one and not the other. Tesla coil is a hold with a 4-minute cooldown. And it says effect area single target, but then it says 3 magnitude hold for 9 seconds up to 16 targets. So it's the AoE hold, even though it says effect area single target. It doesn't say like AoE. Like this one, conductive aura says AoE 20-foot radius. Jolting aura says chain 15-foot jump distance. Tesla says effect area single target. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. So if it's the AoE hold, 4 minutes? I can get that down to maybe a little, what, with a couple of recharges, we get that down to what, 2.5 or so? Hasten later on, we might get it down to 2 minutes. Doesn't that seem like a long time? Yeah. Oof. Man. Synaptic overload is a... Wait. Synaptic overload is a mass confusion on a 6-second cooldown? Holy shiz! Forget about Tesla. This is on a 6-second cooldown. What were they think? This isn't even close. It's a mass confusion on a 6-second cooldown. You can spam that shiz, and it's going to take away 10 endurance on a target. It's chain confusion on a 6. I'm like rubbing my eyes. Is that right? A 6-second cooldown mass confusion. Plant is known for its mass confusion, right? It even eschews the it doesn't, it was it, but yeah, it has the, it's not even this good. The Tesla coils the emergency power. Yeah, and usually that's fair. It's not unusual for controllers and DOMs to have like that one get out of jail free power. That's fair. Boy, and Tesla coils accuracy is only 0.8. Oh gosh, but here we are with chain confusion. Holy shiz. Yeah, where have you been my whole life? What level do I need to be to get that? Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, okay, so a lot of controllers and DOMs have at least one confuse power, but it's usually like a single target that's on anywhere from an 8 to whatever second cooldown. So you get one confused here, and I love them. Confused here, confused. It is pretty cool, and it's pretty shiz. But there's very few of them that have mass confusion. My mental dominator has mass confusion, right? She doesn't have a pet. Everybody's her pet. The selling point behind mental domination is mass confusion. And yet, the cooldown on that, I'm pretty damn sure, is a lot longer than 6 seconds. This blows mental out of the water. It does what mental does, and it has. I need to compare these two back and forth, right? But holy shit, how is this even legal? Okay, I'm going to show you guys. I'm not going crazy here, right? I'm going to show this to you guys, okay? I'm going to show this to you. Because this was my level 50 Dominator. Look at this, guys. I painstakingly leveled this Dominator in solo play all the way up to 50. And at times, it was painful. Painful. Now, let's take a look at her freaking powers here, right? Mass confusion. Oh, okay. Oh, guys. It's adaptive. Yes. Spiff and I were slamming our foreheads at the same time. It's adaptive. Yeah. I forgot they added that mechanic in. It's adaptive. That's the catch. Yeah. We're all excited, right? We're like, holy shit, we found the Holy Grail, boys. We've arrived. And I'm, well, we've arrived. This is what I'm saying. This screen here is not giving you all the information. This screen can be very misleading at times. Yeah, the mental one does have adaptive as well. You're absolutely right. Because it used to be a longer recharge time, and then at some point one of the patches changed it to this stupid adaptation. I'm not the biggest fan of the adaptation thing myself. I really am not. But it is in here, and yeah, it is. It is. Now, when I leveled her up, it didn't have adaptation on it. So here's the thing. It's a base recharge of 8 seconds, and then each effective flow increases it by another 14 seconds, right? That means if you hit 5 people, you're talking a full minute recharge. If you hit, if you hit 10 people, you're definitely going past a minute. Well, 5 people's even past a minute, right? So 5 people's past a minute, 10 people's 2.5 minutes of cooldown. Your recharges help bring this down and stuff, but yeah. For small groups, you're right, Rita. You're absolutely right. Yeah. No, I was all excited, Pirate Princess. I was ready to go and, jump over rainbows for that. For the most part, it's fine. I'm not the biggest fan. The most cooldown you'll have is 4 minutes with recharge timer. I assume you can get that down to 2. So it's still for mass confusion, I guess. But yeah. It's still a good power to take. Don't get me wrong. And I think it's better than the 4-minute holding power that has no flexibility to it. What is it? Total Domination has that adaptation as well, because there's no way it has a 4-second cooldown. So Total Domination is the hold power on this. So it's kind of the same deal. Terrify is 30-second cooldown. Regular Confuse, these are your single target deals. And whatnot. So yeah, this is a rough. Mind Control is very flavorful for a lot of your mind controlling. I need to respec her terribly, but Mind Control is really flavorful, but it's just not very. It's got a lot of holes in it. I'll put it that way. That's a good point, Braddock. Yeah, let me go back to Mind Control, because now the sleep has been replaced with deep sleep, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. They did replace the deep sleep, and I had that. I skipped this power, so I need to respec her and put that back on the plate. Because you're right, it is significantly better. I have played it on other characters, and it's really good. The Arsenal control. If you guys have never played Arsenal control, Dominator in particular, it's really, really good, and I highly recommend it. That's Polite Punisher right here. He's a ton of fun. Now, he had the smoke. This is where I first, when this came out a year or two ago, that's where I first experienced the sleep that would go over and over again, because you put down sleep cloud and they keep falling asleep in it, and that was really cool. It made sleep useful. Deep sleep is really, really good as well. Yeah. Why couldn't they have put in the adaptation to the detailed info? It's a lot. It's like a lot of things. Spiff, the game is very clunky. It is. This is why my videos do so well, because they do such a poor job of explaining everything and putting all the information in one place. This game has a lot of design flaws with it. It is pretty clunky. So, but we love it because it lets us play these very powerful characters. But you're right, it should be in the detailed info. Why can't they add that in? Why can't the detailed info show the correct damage output? That's another video I'll have to do one day. Alright, so with all this being said, I think I'm going to take... I think I'm going to take Zap and play around with this for now. I don't necessarily need a 4-minute cooldown emergency hold power for the moment. So more damage would be welcome, and I'll get used to how that works. And if we put an endurance modification in that, it'll zap them for even more endurance as well. Be good to open up against the boss. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's a good point, Matt City. I don't know if ultimately those descriptions are things that the devs really are having a hard time getting to change. I don't know, but they've added new powers of descriptions that implies that maybe they could get to it. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, but we've got new powers, right? Like all of pyrotechnic control, arsenal control is all added to the game, and there's new powers there that are described, so they must have access to some of those things you would think, but yeah, I don't know that for a fact. Could be an exception. Could be weird. Could be weird, guys. Could be weird. Absolutely. Absolutely. But thank you for your assistance. I think this is starting to click a little bit more. We're gonna go and fight some more things here and see how it feels. But I think this one, I love Dominators. I just love Dominators, right? Do you love Dominators, guys? I love Dominators. I love control. I love so many things in this game. I complain about it a lot, but I complain because I care. I complain because I care. But there's so many things to really like about this game, and there's so many things to really be frustrated about. But I love the powers and the way that the classes are set up. And I like the fact that they've buffed them all to be very soloable. Because otherwise I wouldn't be playing like those classes that can't be soloed well. I just wouldn't play them. And the game would be smaller for it. For me. Yeah, no, they have some really, really good sets, Mad City. Really good sets. And if you've never seen the Pyrotech, I can put my Pyrotechnic Dominator up if you want, but that one is so much fun. So many cool fireworks. So many cool fireworks. And whatnot. See, they're sleeping. If they're sleeping, their endurance is draining while they're sleeping. It doesn't seem to be waking them up. Now, that's probably because of the deep sleep. Or it may be because endurance drain in and of itself doesn't wake you up. Well, something just hit me kind of hard. Yeah, I have to get used to this. I love the fact that this is such a different playstyle than the other DOMs I played. Brutes and blasters are your favorite. I prefer controller. Yeah, controllers, controllers, like I said, they were my bugaboo until I figured out how to arcane bolt everything to death. And now I enjoy controllers too. You saw me playing that controller earlier, the dark one with the wolf. And, it feels like a more controllery mastermind at this point. She's just, the wolf and the pets are just taking care of everything. It's insane. Wait, wasn't he awake and the sleep field put him back to sleep again? It did. It's a field that puts you back to sleep over and over again. Are you still awake? I like to see a new Mastermind power set. I agree. Masterminds are the one kind of weak spot. I think there's not enough power sets in the game. Though I have been enjoying the new demon summoning one I made just because she has a whip. I think the whip needs to be added somehow to a different power set. Defenders are pretty bad solo. It is true. There are some ways to make some decent solo defenders, but you really have to work hard at it. Like, corruptors just do the job much better in solo, for the most part. Yeah. Yeah, masterminds are really, really fun. It's a way to play support without having to talk to people, because you're supporting your pets. I love it. It's really good. Of course, you could do that with a controller as well. I suppose you got the support powers to support whatever pet you have, and now you kind of control them like a mastermind. So I guess that goes back to the earlier point about homogenization there. Oh, what if they had messed with the controller secondary? That would be pretty cool. Elemental would be easy since the models are in the game. It would already need less work than many other ideas. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like to see it. What do you guys think of gravity on either a Dom or a controller? Is there one that's better than other? Has anybody had great solo success with gravity? It's a bit of a blind spot for me, really. You know, if you hit the Dominator button, you feel, oh yeah, yeah, I know, but I don't usually use it a whole lot until there's a boss, because every time I use it before a boss, then suddenly a boss shows up. It's just a Willis luck, so. I also have endurance inspirations I'm not really touching unless it's a real emergency. Gravity is pretty mid. Gravity is fun, and you get to hit mouse with stuff like dumpsters. It has its moments. Okay. I had a problem with it playing it on Dominator, or at least leveling it up through Dominator, because it didn't have a lot of control powers. It felt like it was doing like the really cool thing, the flavorful thing, but not enough holding. Like as a Dominator, my holds are my life, right? I need to keep enemies held, otherwise they can hurt. I have no protection really. I never know what to do with the wormhole. Yeah, like the wormhole is like a timeout box. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, oh, we're gonna put you on a timeout over here. It's like the emergency button we were talking about earlier. Feels like it's the emergency. Clunk. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good now. I like it. I like it. I like how this is feeling, so I'll work more on this. I need to change this character's costume design. I'm not sure what this is. I don't know if I'll keep the lanterns around the back or not, but I definitely need to work on the design a bit. Extra groups to the mob. Well, there you go. Well, guys, I'm about to head out to bed. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. We had a really great discussions tonight. Really appreciate all of you. I mean, Yuki and Robert and Mad City and Reed and everybody else who joined in. We had a lot of great combos tonight. Yeah, I definitely had troubles with gravity. I definitely did. Yeah, I'll probably be back again on Friday night. Usually I stream on Friday nights. If Lord's willing and I'm healthy and stuff, I'll see you all then. Of course, you can always hit us up on the Discord server as well. You know where I'm at there. Hang out in the chat channel sometimes when I get time. But feel free to say hi. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you have a great evening. Glad to hear that, Yuki. Glad you got that finished. That Ricky Warzone can throw you for a loop. But thank you guys so much. Until next time, may God bless you. Have a great rest of your evening.